The Instruments of Darkness by Michael Robson, with Nigel Stock as Inspector Millions, Anthony Hall as Dynasty Shorecard, Elizabeth Proud as Melisande Lady Quandary, and Richard Handel as Porrit. The Instruments of Darkness.
My lord.
What is it, Porrit?
Breakfast is quite ready, my lord.
Why, thank you, Porrit.
Oh, what was that, my lord?
Another subsidence, I fear. It seems that our garden by the sea is diminishing rapidly. How long, I wonder, before the very foundations of the house be threatened?
I think the garden will outlive us all, my lord.
I pray you are right, for Dunwich has yielded much more than enough to the sea already. They say that when the tides are northerly, you can hear the bells of the sunken churches tolling for the dead, and for those yet to die.
Oh, I have heard that superstition, my lord, and prefer to disregard it.
I admire your sturdy common sense. I wish I could share it.
Good morning, Xerxes.
My dear girl. Had I known you were coming down for breakfast, I should have waited.
I am glad you did not, for I shall be eating nothing. A drink of tea will serve me well enough.
Are you perfectly yourself, Melisande? You appear fragile. Lovely, but fragile. Why those violet stains beneath your eyes?
I slept indifferently. The sea thundering against the cliffs awoke me. Thereafter I was troubled with unpleasant dreams.
How very discommoding.
Yes. Well, the sun is shining now and my spirits have somewhat risen. Does the Times have any interesting items of information this morning?
Do you know it does? I had scarcely begun reading of bizarre events at the Crystal Palace when you came into the room.
Bizarre events? How so?
Let me read you the report. The happy excitement attendant upon the forthcoming opening of the Crystal Palace in Hyde Park by Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness Prince Albert has been marred by two inexplicable fatalities. 2 days ago, at 6:30 in the morning, a scaffolder, one Victory Tidd, was seen abruptly to collapse and fall heavily and headlong some 40 feet through glass and past girders to the floor of the Oriental Tea Room.
Oh, the poor creature.
But yesterday morning, an even more macabre death was to follow. During an informal visit by several members of Parliament, a man was seen lying motionless some 60 feet up in the branches of a sycamore tree, the centerpiece of an horticultural display. When the unfortunate person was eventually reached, it was found that his heart was savagely ruptured. Though by what agency, it has not yet been determined. The deceased... Great heavens!
Xerxes, what is it?
The deceased, who had become one of the most gifted landscape gardeners of the exhibition, has been named as Mr. Temperance Muldoon of Chelsea.
Muldoon? Ah!
Shorecard! Shorecard! Where is the lad? Confound him.
Come in, sir. At once, sir. On my way, sir. Well, sir, may I give you good morning, sir?
No, you may not, sir. Do you know where I have been this past hour, Shorecard? I have been closeted with the man upstairs. That man has seen fit to postpone my proposed holiday to Hove in favour of a new investigation. Are there not, I cried, other officers of the detective force who are capable of undertaking this work? But that man was adamant, lad, was obdurate as very agate. Millions must lead this investigation, he said, and millions must solve it within the fortnight before the royal couple open the exhibition at the Crystal Palace.
I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Inspector Millions, though I could wish the circumstances had been more congenial.
Indeed, Sir Joseph. Two dreadful shadows over the forthcoming exhibition. This is my assistant, Mr. Dynasty Surecard. Surecard, be gratified to meet Sir Joseph Paxton, prime planner of this remarkable edifice.
Gratified to be sure, Sir Joseph. And may I add, my sincere congratulations on this vast, though graceful spectacle.
Surecard, we have detected business to hand, and these felicitations must wait upon a more suitable occasion. I am sure Sir Joseph will concur.
Tell me how I may assist you, gentlemen, and assist you I will and shall.
Thank you, sir. Now, were the men Victory Tidd and Temperance Muldoon known personally to you?
Tidd I hardly knew at all, but I secured the services of Muldoon myself. He was a very considerable gardener. Tragic loss.
When did Muldoon enter upon his labours here?
8 months ago, almost to the day. He came to me with strong recommendations from his former employer, Xerxes, Lord Quandary of Paradox Park in the county of Suffolk.
Ah, thank you, sir. Now, both these men gave every satisfaction.
In all respects.
No hostile elements within the exhibition, sir? No internal jealousies or petty vindications?
None, to my knowledge. Nay, I may add that until these tragedies occurred, the very air of Hyde Park was supremely joyous.
Joyous, perhaps. Joyous, superficially. Yet homicide, sir, is my forte. And I think and believe my superiors would not have seen fit to cancel my proposed visit to Holmes for anything less instinct with horror than homicide.
To that end, Sir Joseph, our next call is upon Dr. Melchior Yolland, who examined the bodies of both Tidd and Muldoon.
But what more can you wish to know, Inspector? Your senior has copies of my report already.
Your reports do not make it clear, Dr. Yolland, if both Tidd and Muldoon were haled before the judgment seat by similar means.
Because the situations were quite different. Tidd fell through glass, glanced off girders, and suffered further injuries from shattering a sandalwood case, containing 144 pounds of prime Darjeeling. Muldoon, on the other hand, was found dead in the fork of a sycamore 60 feet above the ground. His injuries were the more readily able to be studied.
Do you wish for the report, Inspector?
Thank you, lad. His diaphragm and lower ventricle had been shattered by what could have been, and I quote your words, Doctor, a missile projected with enormous force by some means quite unknown to this physician, since the missile, if such it was, could not be found among the organs of the deceased, nor, as I understand it, in or anywhere near the tree in which the death took place.
That is correct, sir. Those were my conclusions.
Then what of Victory Tidd? Aside of those injuries he sustained while falling, was there also evidence of any such wound as put paid to the unfortunate Muldoon?
I have already told you viva voce, and I have clearly written down that the injuries sustained by Tidd in falling were so many, so serious, and so various as to make it medically impossible to judge if the damage to the rib cage and heart had occurred before he began the fall, or, no, I will not be moved from this opinion.
Then may I persuade you to abandon your Hippocratic stance for a moment and answer me as one citizen to another? What possible weapon might have killed Muldoon, or Muldoon and Tidd, without leaving any remnant behind?
Dr. Melchior Yolland was not the most amiable of surgeons, sir. I seem to detect, if you forgive the figure, a naked reluctance to further our inquiries.
I should like to thrash him, Surecard. Thrash him within an inch of his insolent life. That a lisping pedant like Yolland should by so much as half an hour delay my trip to Hove moves me to thoughts of assassination. My blood rages.
Your facial parts are indeed suffused, sir. Much more than is their wont.
But Surecard, Despite Yolland's criminal vacillation, I am of opinion that Tidd and Muldoon were killed by the same initial means and by the same hand.
Find what connects the two men, and we begin to trace a motive for their unseasonable parting from this world.
Ah, that's the hammer that drives the nail. Something linked them. Something much more desperate linked them than their adoration of horticulture at the Crystal Palace. And something that led them to seem of sufficient danger to a third party. That he was obliged to remove them post haste. And to this end, Shorcard, do you direct your steps to Victory Tidd's place of residence in Clerkenwell. Be unswerving in your investigations, lad. Admit of no makeshift evasions. For my part, I shall visit Mrs. Caroline Muldoon at 4 Trincomalee Stairs in the borough of Chelsea.
But who could have killed Muldoon, Inspector? And who shall now support me along my faltering path to the grave? Not Temperance Muldoon, Inspector. That faithful heart is stilled, quite still.
My own heart bleeds for your condition, ma'am. It bleeds. It does, indeed. But certain facts must be established if we are to lay his murderer by the heels.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. I shall do my best to stem these weak and foolish tears. Ask on, sir, I pray.
Victory Tidd.
I'm very glad to hear it, sir, I'm sure.
You mistake me, ma'am. Victory Tidd, also engaged upon work at the Crystal Palace, died not 2 days earlier, in circumstances similar to those in which your husband brutally perished.
Oh!
Have you ever met Mr. Tidd, ma'am?
Never, sir, I swear. The name's all unknown to me.
Your husband never mentioned him?
Never, not once, I swear.
No written communications ever passed between them?
Letters, sir, do you mean? Oh, no, sir. Muldoon and me was obliterate, sir, you might say, from birth. I'm proud of it. We read the Book of Nature, sir. That was all the learning we cared for.
Your reverence for matters bucolic does you credit, ma'am. But as to that, what made your husband leave the employ of Lord Quandery in Suffolk, given his evident passion for those fecund acres, and seek his fortune here, in the filth and venom of the city?
I recall the moment precise and clear as an holy image, sir. I was in our little garden in Paradox Park one Sunday morning, a-picking a rhubarb, sir, for dinner. An excellent clarifier of the blood, Inspector, and one I recommend.
But what happened amongst the rhubarb, ma'am?
Oh, Muldoon comes up to me, and, Caroline, my girl, he cries, 'tis time to go, time to be off and away. You're leaving Lord Quandary, I count as after so many green and comforting years. Leaving, says he, and with 10 golden guineas as a farewell present from his lordship. There, girl, what of that?
Your husband also bore letters of recommendation from Lord Quandary, I understand, with one of which he was able to secure employment at the Crystal Palace.
Such, sir, was the case. Oh, Inspector, what is that dreadful noise?
You have a caller, ma'am, I fancy. Shall you answer it, Mrs. Muldoon? Or will the caller wear out his knuckles on your door?
The door. 'Tis opening, Inspector. Are we to be slain in our beds, our sins still hot upon us?
In our beds, ma'am?
Shall I return later, sir?
Sure, Card. Why are you here and not in Clerkenwell, where your duty calls you?
No cash, sir, in brief.
No cash?
Pockets empty, purse idle, exchequer a yawning void.
Yawning voids in the course of an investigation? Is this the way to enhance your prospects of promotion, sure, Card?
Interrupting, as I did, a matter of some intimacy.
What the devil are you talking about, lad? What carnal follies does your mind conjure?
Talks of beds and sins as I entered upon.
Oh, your place, sure, Card. Entertain no more presumptions of that ilk. Mrs. Muldoon, was your husband called to higher service, leaving you in comfortable or indigent circumstances?
Oh, Muldoon was ever thoughtful, gents. This property's mine. I shall again be letting the upper rooms, and rental fees shall take care of my anguished widowhood.
Upper rooms? Did Mr. Muldoon let them out then, prior to his death?
Oh, yes, sir. Very discreet he was. Let to the quality, he said, engaged upon affairs of state.
Affairs of state, ma'am?
Shall I answer yourself, Inspector, or your young acquaintance, Mr. Deadshore?
Merely reply, Mrs. Muldoon.
Well, sirs, about 6 months after we come to London, Muldoon tells me he has been approached by a person or persons of rank, station, and breeding as to the use of certain rooms of quality and distinction. Evidently, 4 Trincomalee stairs suited these persons, and Muldoon was in receipt of a small but useful honorarium as a result.
And did you discover who the person or persons of rank, station, and breeding might be?
Mr. Surefire, I did not. I saw nothing of them, being out the house a good deal during the day.
But what of the night, ma'am?
The person or persons never stayed the night, sir. The person or persons seldom used the rooms at all.
Then do you think we might see these rooms, ma'am? An investigation there could prove highly pertinent. So, this is where affairs of state were conducted. Sniff, Surecard. Sniff again. Well, does nothing assail your nostrils?
Some trace, some lingering fragrance.
Perfume, lad. Feminine perfume. Of the subtler sort.
Do you believe this to be in a place of assignation, sir?
I believe nothing. Yet. But perfume is certainly present. Hello?
What is it, sir?
Cast your eye across the street. Who do you observe skulking down there?
Fleet Ned Sprott.
Fleet Ned, the my-side informer. Have him, Surecard. I shall follow in my own time. But have it, lad, the truth from those rancid lips of his.
Fleet Ned!
Oh, my eye. Oh, my afflicted eye, the peelers.
Fleet Ned Sprott! A word with you, my dear!
I'm too old to live at the troubles like this. Once I did in sweet days of yore. My lungs is near all out.
What have you?
Can't stop seeing me barber.
I warn
Barber's me uncle. Owes me a squirrel.
I warn you!
Fleet Ned Sprott in the gutter again.
Can it be you, Mr. Million?
Blast your feet, Sprott, and don't breathe near my face.
You was always a sensitive man, Inspector.
Fleet Ned, talk. Avert your face, but talk. Of long afternoons in the upper rooms of 4 Trincomalee stairs.
Don't know it, sir. Never been near the place.
Please, Ned, don't waste my time. Time that could be far better spent in Hove, contemplating the raging billows of the main, than here in the gutter with you.
Just your memory, Ned. Don't cross him now. He's working to a fashion. 4 Trincomalee stairs. Abode of the late Mr. Temperance Muldoon and his relict Caroline. Who visited when said Mrs. M was about her artless business away from home?
Aye. He hesitates, Surecard. He gingerly proffers his hand. Now, what might Fleet Ned require?
The power of cash to stir the memory is wonderful to behold, gents. Beauteous to see.
Twopence farthing if we hear the truth. A week in Chokey if you temporise.
Well, sirs, I've seen strange comings and goings at that abode of which you spoke but recent.
Strange?
A visitor come there perhaps 4 times, always of an afternoon, always with a key.
A visitor?
What kind of visitor?
High or low?
Whig or Tory?
Home or colonial?
Poor or rich?
Male?
Or female?
Of gender?
The faces was always wild, the physique slight and trim, the clothing obscure but costly, mode of awry walk, cab. I guess a young woman of uneasy virtue and considerable means, keeping of a assignation, or tryst.
You spoke to the cabbies, doubtless. Now, where would this young woman have hailed their services?
Regent Street, sir. Always Regent Street.
But why were you favouring that particular house with your attention, Flicknap?
Because Muldoon spent freely in the Four Ales, gentlemen, and I've wondered whence a humble gardener come with such ready, such often cash.
My ribs ache, sure card. They torment me cruel. They inform me with a certainty born of 20 years with a detective that we are moving inexorably towards a perfect maelstrom of guilt and darkness. More devilry will surely follow these two murders.
Mr. Joint Schism. Mr. Edgar Joint Schism.
I am that man. And you, sir?
Nimble's Earthrow, sir. And my partner, Danvers Gimlinge.
Earthrow, Gimlinge. Quench your thirst in ale, but listen. Only listen to what I have to propose.
We flinch from nothing, sir, save infanticide and basket weaving. Trust us for all else.
I like you, boys. I like your forthright manner. Good. The matter, lads, is robbery. But robbery, it must be by total stealth. Stealth, boys, must be the game.
Leave us alone for stealth, sir. Only tell us the place, only the place, and what we are to remove.
Close. Come close. Very close, boys. Xerxes, Lord Quandary, and his lady wife are recently arrived once again in London to their townhouse in the borough of Marylebone. The house, good fellows both, is situate in Bentinck Street.
A rare neighbourhood, sir, and full of promise for lads of mettle.
The house is in Bentinck Street, and formerly the dwelling of one Edward Gibbon.
Gibbon the Welbeck Strangler, sir?
Edward Gibbon, who sang the varied fortunes of the Roman Empire in many an improving volume.
We are to remove a library, sir?
Merely cease your interruptions and you shall learn what it is you are being paid to steal.
But you are still pale, Melisande. Was I right to bring you to London?
I was troubled by a recurrence of that dream that has disturbed so many of my slumbers at Paradox Park. But last night it was so real that I thought it must actually have happened here in Bentinck Street.
So real?
I thought I heard a long, hoarse scream of fear, a great clattering, then a dreadful, a most harrowing noise, as if someone had struck ground after falling from a desperate height.
My treasure, you are still dwelling upon the spectacular and tragic deaths of poor Muldoon and the man Tidd. But if you are to know any tranquility whatsoever, you must put these thoughts behind you.
Forgive me, my lord, but there is a person from the detective wishing to see you. The name of Inspector Millions.
From the detective, Porritt? What can he possibly want of Lord Quandary?
I shall see him at once, Porritt.
Very good, my lord.
Should you repair to your room, Melisande, and recruit your strength in quiet?
No, of course not. It behoves us to meet such a celebrity with the liveliest interest.
Inspector Millions, my lord.
Thank you, Porritt. That will be all.
Your ladyship.
Inspector.
Lord Quandary, most grateful for this signalled opportunity.
My dear Inspector, whatever we can do, we shall do, to aid you in your inquiries relevant to Temperance Muldoon.
How swiftly, sir, you bring your lofty intellect to play upon the matter in hand. But why, given his wholesome devotion to all things rural, did Muldoon choose to quit his toils amid your Dunwich sanctuary and make for London?
How often have I asked myself that self-same question, sir?
And what was your reply, my lord?
Why, I was at a loss for an answer.
So no reason offers itself. He just ups and leaves.
A forceful and a cogent description of his exit from my employment.
Thank you. Now, his wife, was she a prima mobile in the Muldoon's urban adventure?
Caroline, that most genuine, that warmest-hearted of natures.
Rhubarb was her one excess. She was else the completest of helpmeets.
The rhubarb, I well recall. You parted then from the Muldoons on the best of terms. 10 guineas for the gardener and letters of recommendation.
Accurate in each particular, sir.
You can think then of no person or persons who might have harboured such resentment against Muldoon as to have accomplished his assassination?
None, sir. The world was his friend. The meadow sang to his tread, and all creation flowered beneath his sunshine blandishments.
Then that shall be the superscription to his eternal resting place. Do you, my Xerxes, arrange it this very day?
Yes.
Come, sir. Haste, post from Clerkenwell, from the innocent alleys of Victory Tid.
Innocent? A dangerous word to use in my presence, Sugarcard.
In the course of 2 long days and nights, I've discovered the late Victory Tid to have been a man of such startling virtue that I confess myself amazed he was not summoned to his eternal reward at birth. That poor fellow, sir, had not an enemy in the land. No eye recalling him but fills with tears.
I feared as much. Tid blameless, Muldoon apparently so, aside of that mysterious visitor in Chelsea. So, where now, Sugarcard? Where direct our path from this facer?
At the moment when Muldoon was first glimpsed, dead in the branches of the sycamore tree at the horticultural exhibition area, no fewer than 5 members of Parliament was present, in addition to the official guide.
Continue, lad.
The political gents in question was Mr. Cosmo Evergreen, Mr. Hatchard Millicent, Sir Jericho Arbogast, Mr. Nathaniel Upjohn, and the Laird of Yell.
Pretty enough, crew. And we shall talk to them, everyone. Sugarcard, present yourself to the esquires of the party. For my part, I shall address my inquiries to the quality. Yell and Arbogast. Don't look so crestfallen, lad. Your turn with the titles will come when your toes are more securely placed upon the higher rungs of constabulary promotion. I observe, Mr. Nossiter, that your master, Sir Jericho, seems devoted to the rigours of the chase.
That observation is founded on hard facts, sir. The master has roamed in many of Hurth's swayed quarters in search of trophies, from the aye savannas of colonial Guyana to the echoing loneliness of the great Karoo. His guns has known little rest these past 12 years.
But he still finds time for a useful day or two in the service of the House of Commons.
Neglect of his constituents is not a charge as can be levelled against Sir Jericho, sir. Sleepless he is in his efforts to bring his peoples to the land of Pisgah.
Naughty, sir! Show the inspector in at once. Busy men have need of punctuality.
Obliged to you, Sir Jericho. Thank ye, Nossiter.
Your humble, sir. Ever your humble and obedient.
Inspector Millions, what an enchantment it is to meet a sleuth of your pronounced and often proven brilliance. Throw yourself into a chair, sir, if you please.
I acknowledge with gratitude that handsome tribute from so discerning a baronet as yourself, Sir Jericho.
Well deserved, sir. Richly deserved. But how may I further your investigations?
I spoke recently to the Laird of Yell. My assistant has spoken recently to the other members of that parliamentary party that visited the Crystal Palace. So far, all statements taken point to the fact that at no time were the members of the party separated from their guide and mentor. Would you corroborate this, Sir Jericho?
Do you know, I believe I would. Yes, we were at all times within earshot of our delightful and informative Cicerone.
Of course you were. Of course you were. Had you perchance any prior knowledge of the gardener, Muldoon?
Would a gentleman have knowledge of an artisan?
Yet I believe, sir, that you are not unacquainted with Xerxes, Lord Quandery, and his wife, Lady Melisande, within whose purlieus the dead Muldoon once enjoyed many a happy and not unrewarded season of employment.
What a stern taskmaster it is, Inspector. Yes, I knew Muldoon was once employed by Quandery, but not once did I meet the fellow face to face.
I perfectly understand, Sir Jericho. Why should you, a baronet and rover, have first-hand knowledge of a lowly son of toil? Sugarcard.
Inspector.
I have spoken to the Laird of Yell and to the dashing Sir Jericho Arbogast. They maintain that the parliamentary party observing the Crystal Palace was all of a piece all the time.
Yet Mr. Cosmo Evergreen allowed that from time to time individual members of the party would stray as a fancy took them to an exhibit here or an area there.
So, here is an inconsistency.
Innocent or intended?
At present I fail to see why any of these parliamentarians would wish to kill two artisans, and... Why are you looking so wan?
We've had a note, sir, from Meldrum's cellar in Rotherhithe. A corpse was recovered from the Thames early this morning. Would you care to examine it?
Come in, gents, come in.
Why did you choose to summon me, Meldrum? The bodies fall in the Thames as thick as autumnal leaves, and they are none of my concern.
But this one, sir... This one bears the marks of horror and unspeakable violence.
Does it, though? Remove the sheet, if you please, Meldrum.
Bear with my warning, gents. This corpse is fair broke up, though the face has miraculously survived shattering.
It's Nimbles Earthrowl!
A gent well known to you, Inspector?
I put Earthrowl in jail as often as I put on my boots. And now he has made his last atonement.
Oh, this is the most horrible slaying, sir. His every bone looks broken.
Oh, ugly lad. Ugly work. There's not, I think, within our bailiwick. Not relevant to the Crystal Palace death.
Any papers? Any personal possessions on the corpse, Meldrum?
As to that, sir...
Meldrum, I warned you before about a pilfering from the dead.
As to that, sirs, I found but one scrap of paper within a lining of the deceased waistcoat, sirs. Wet it was, all sodden, after some hours' immersion in the Queen of Rivers.
Give it here. It could be part of an envelope. And the name... Oh, confound it, this is a crab fist. Sure, guard. Turn your eyes to this.
Looks to be a Mrs. Glumdalclitch Osborne, of Clapham Common, sir.
Glumdalclitch Osborne? What creature would own to a name like that? Clapham Common this time of year is undeniably attractive, Shurkard. Man could do worse than buy a genteel property here against his ultimate retirement from the detective.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sirs.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mrs. Osborne?
That pleasure is yours, sir.
Mrs. Grumblebeach Osborne.
The same, sir. And who?
Inspector Millions and Mr. Shurkard of the detective, ma'am.
The detective? Are you the bearers of ill news, Inspector?
That we have yet to determine, ma'am. But might we conduct our colloquy within doors?
Of course, pray forgive me.
You seemed apprehensive, ma'am, when I announced our identities. Why would this be?
Apprehensive? Why, yes, I am.
Care to enlighten us, ma'am?
My husband has been away for almost 3 days now, and still no word from him.
Mr. Osborne don't normally stray from hearth and home.
My husband is not called Osborne, sirs. To my shame, I must confess it.
But how may this be, ma'am?
Our union has not been blessed by Mother Church, sirs. We are as one in common law, but not under the eye of heaven.
Would your protector's name be Earthrowl, ma'am? Why do you start so?
Earthrowl? But Mr. Earthrowl is a recent partner of my protector's in a small but energetic plasterer's business, sir.
Plasterers? Earthrowl? Madam, I know 2 things about Nimbles Earthrowl. 1, he was a thief. 2, he is now stone dead.
And stone dead hath no fellow.
But if Mr. Earthrowl is stone dead, and my husband be not returned, can the same fate have overtaken him too?
You say your husband has not been home for 3 days, ma'am. Incidentally, what is your husband's name?
Gimlinge, sir. Danvers Gimlinge, and as good a man as ever drew breath.
Then why did he not make an honest woman of you?
Because, sir, he already has a wife and daughter, though he has not set eyes on them for 20 years.
And this man is now a plasterer?
He and Mr. Earthrowl were employed upon some work in Marylebone, as I understand it.
And his partner in plaster or felony, call it what you will, now lies dead in Meldrum Cellar at Rotherhithe. Dead terribly. Dead appallingly. But dead indubitably.
Oh. Mrs. Osborne, should your self-styled husband, Mr. Danvers Gimlinge, repair back to the comfort of his parlour, would you be so kind as to tell him to report straightway to Inspector Millions? His life, dear lady, may hang in the balance.
If yet it hangs at all. Madam, we must leave you. From this ambiguous fate we must return to my office. Be assured we shall see you again.
Oh, sirs, may I not offer you a glass of sherry wine? My father left me 86 bottles when he passed on, and some few are still left.
Regretfully, ma'am, we must hail a cab and be off. But one last question.
Sir?
Why the devil did your father call you Glumdalclich?
My father, the late Uttoxeter Osborne, was many things in his life. Drunkard, glass-blower, symbolist, naval architect, sonneteer, pederast, and Muslim scholar. But his greatest devotion was to that preeminent work of the ill-starred genius Jonathan Swift. Uttoxeter Osborne, gentlemen, was addicted to Gulliver's Travels. Hence, Glumdalclich.
Glumdalclich?
And how, sir? It's called Glubdubdrib.
My mind is bent on murder, lad. We are juggling with several plates at once. They must be identified immediately before we lose control and they fall unremarked to earth.
Very well, sir. Shall we examine the plates singly? Item. 8 months ago, Temperance Muldoon quits the employment of Xerxes Lord Quandary in Suffolk.
To seek his arable fortunes in London.
Item. A week ago, an innocent named Victory Tidd falls to his death in the Crystal Palace with prior injuries as yet unexplained.
Item. Shortly afterwards, Temperance Muldoon is discovered dead in the branches of a sycamore tree in the Crystal Palace, with mortal injuries as yet unexplained.
Item. Muldoon lets out the upper rooms of his dwelling in Chelsea,
which are infrequently visited. Visited. Afternoons only, by a veiled lady of seemingly independent means.
Item. Nimbles Earthrowl, cutpurse, pickpocket and bully boy goes into plasterer's business with an ex-sailor, Danvers Gimlinge.
Item. Earthrowl and Gimlinge disappear to undertake labour in Marylebone.
Item. Xerxes Lord Quandary returns to London to his home in Bentinck Street in the borough of Marylebone.
Item. Nimbles Earthrowl is dragged out of the Thames, dreadfully done to death.
Item. Danvers Gimlinge is accomplished. He's vanished.
Item. Gimlinge we must find, sure God. Gimlinge we must by all means secure.
Gimlinge, yeah, man.
Mr. Joint Schism.
Who else?
St. Paul's Cathedral. A pretty enough place to conduct our business, sir.
The noble sentiments we hear may pour an unction on that business, Gimlinge.
Yes, well, I have ill news, Mr. Joint Schism.
You were unable to steal the correspondence from Lord Quandary's home?
We stole it, sir, yes. Earthrowl came out of that upper window with the bundle in his hand. He passed it on to me before attempting to effect his descent by the drain pipe. But there was a commotion within the house. Voices raised, candles are flickering, and the sound of approaching footsteps. And in that instant, Nimbles Earthrowl's natural skill deserts him. He misses his footing and falls some 60 feet to a desperate, shattered fate in the courtyard below.
So he was found by Quandary's staff in the article of death?
He was not. I went down the side of that house like a frantic ape, sir. Collected the mortal remains of Earthrowl and was out of the rear door before the staff were fully aroused.
And how did you dispose of the body?
Into the Thames, sir. With only a gruff sailor's prayer to speed him on his last voyage.
You did well, Gimlinge. There can be no unforeseen connections between us and the late Earthrowl, and the full fief of the robbery will be all yours.
The fee, sir, is something we must discuss at length, be we in the house of the Lord or not.
You a turned renegade?
I did not realise when we undertook to burgle Lord Quandary's house the nature of the correspondence we should remove.
It is compromising.
Utterly.
Well then,
It compromises Lord Quandery, sir, and it also compromises a lady whose reputation I shall stop at nothing to protect.
What's your pleasure, Inspector?
Gin and water, if you please, Job, and a bowl of snuff.
Sir?
Well, lad?
Sir, interesting intelligence from Clapham Common.
I shall hope so, lad. Keep your voice down. You've loitered there long enough. Well, see, I shall have to buy you a drink.
A glass of claret would do very well, sir, and I appreciate the thought.
Claret? Well, you'll drink your beer and like it, boy.
Beer be admirable, sir. Most quenching.
Gin, water, snuff, sir.
And beer for this young fellow.
And beer for Mr. Surecard.
Snuff, Mr. Surecard?
No, thank you, sir.
Then tell me, what have you learned at Clapham Common?
Miss Glumdalclitch Osborne as a child, sir. Daughter of some 17 summers.
The devil she does.
Name a daffodil, sir. An enchanting creature, and one not slow to indulge in lively conversation with an officer of detective incognito.
Well, what did you learn?
She corroborated a statement given by Miss Glumdalclitch. Nor hide nor hair of Danvers Gimlinge has been seen since he went off 3 days ago on his plastering expedition to Marylebone with Nimble's Earthrowl.
Here's your beer, lad.
Your health, sir.
Well, it would seem... A broad swing of coincidence if Gimlinge and Earthrowl were in any way involved with Lord Quandery, but one that must, in default of anything better, be examined. Drink up your beer, lad, for I want you back at Clapham Common, ready to apprehend for questioning this Danvers Gimlinge, should he return to,
Glubdubdrib, sir.
Should he... Glubdubdrib, yes. But loiter in the shadows, Surecard. Do not attempt further intercourse with the doubtless winsome Daffodil Osborne. Hover in the dark, and should Gimlinge return, then pounce.
May I ask, sir, where you will direct your steps?
To Bentinck Street. A word with Lord Quandery's butler may ease my mind.
I fail to see your drift, Inspector.
Nimble's Earthrowl was a cat burglar, Surecard. No plasterer he. So could it be that he and Gimlinge were suborned to burgle Lord Quandery's house? Could Earthrowl have met his desperate shattered death whilst attempting to effect some felony at 7 Bentinck Street? Capital, Mr. Porritt, capital. Glad to see your high spirits have not been quelled by the recent depredations on this property.
Depredations, Inspector? What depredations would they be?
Oh, I think they're breaking on the premises.
These premises, sir?
Assuredly.
You jest, Inspector.
Though my mien be jocund, my intentions are profoundly sober. I do assure you, Mr. Porritt. Was this house not burgled 3 nights ago?
But, sir, had we been burgled, you may be sure we should have lost no time in raising the hue and cry.
Of course you wouldn't. Might we take the air in the yard a moment, sir? I have something of a headache on me. Too much gin and insufficient water at the Gallow Glass Arms, eh?
Why, certainly, Inspector. The yard is not large, but as you see, it gives onto the mews.
The air of Marylebone at night is sweet and piercing, Porritt, even to these dull nostrils. Hello? What would this be, here, on the ground? Dried blood, Mr. Porritt, in some quantity.
The odd man slaughters the chickens here, sir. I regret he has not cleaned the Augean stables as thoroughly as he should.
I hope you're not trifling with me, sir.
Trifling, sir?
Will you swear that this is the blood of poultry and not of a human being?
Inspector, your humour tends to the graveyard this evening, does it not?
The instincts of my profession seldom desert me, Mr. Porritt. Would you tell me this? Is Sir Jericho Arbogast, sportsman and Member of Parliament, a frequent visitor here?
Why, bless you, sir, as regular as clockwork. He and his lordship have been intimate these 10 years or more.
Oh.
Lord Quandary looks upon Sir Jericho as a son.
And does the Lady Melisande look upon him as a brother?
But, Mr. Shawcard, why will you not wait inside at Blood Drip? I'm certain my father, when he returns, will be only too ready to apprise you of the facts that led to Mr. Earthrow's death.
Oh, Mr. Gimlinge may be less ready than you think to talk to an officer of the detective, Miss Daffodil. I fear I must surprise him. Now, please, return to your home. Miss Osborne will be anxious on your...
Oh, look! Is not that sagging figure that of my father? There! Over there! Coming through the wood!
You know far better than I, Miss Daffodil. Is it he?
I have the most dreadful misgivings. Why does he move so slowly, so warily?
Drunk, perhaps?
My father is no tosspot, sir. Oh, see! He has fallen!
Then we must approach him at once.
Oh, Papa, dearest Papa, whatever has happened to you?
Daffodil, flower of my heart. Oh, gaze your last upon your unfortunate father.
Mr. Gimlinge, I am a member of the detective. Who has done this fearful injury to you?
A man named Joint Schism. Edgar Joint Schism. Oh, God, I die upon the hour.
Please, this Joint Schism, was he a footpad?
A gent. Tall he was, well-spoken, dark hair, dark moustaches, and black of eyes. He smoked me, sir, under the 5th rib.
And Earthrow? Did Joint Schism kill him too?
Earthrow was...
I shall find his murderer, Miss Daffodil. I shall not rest till I have found this Edgar Joint Schism. And when I have found him, I shall see him swing for this foul mischief.
You rang, my lord?
Porritt, I understand that Inspector Millions was here last evening.
He was, my lord.
Then why was I not informed when her ladyship and I returned from the opera?
He was quite satisfied, sir, that once his interview with me was over, he need not trouble your lordship.
But what did he want?
He was, investigating a possible burglary, my lady.
Burglary? Where?
Here, my lady.
Here?
But I assured him that 7 Bentinck Street has never been the scene of night marauding, my lady, and he went away agreeable and content, having sampled a little of my rum and tobacco first.
Porritt, dear, faithful fellow, well done. Well played indeed.
The pleasure was all mine, my lord.
A caller? At this time of day?
With your permission, my lord, I shall ascertain the identity of the caller.
Of course.
Xerxes, in my dreams the other evening, I had visions of some burglary. That dreadful scream.
And it was nothing but a nightmare, Melisande. I thought I had reassured you on that score. Had there been a burglary, I should have summoned officers of the police at once. Perhaps some unfortunate dweller on the street close by had been the victim of... Yes, Porritt.
Sir Lucifer Hipkin has called, my lord. He's desirous of a few minutes' conversation with you.
Hipkin, that blackguard. What does he want of me?
He said a few minutes' conversation would reveal the urgent nature of his call, my lord.
Melisande, will you excuse us? This must be some pressing parliamentary business, a division, perhaps.
I shall go to the withdrawing room directly. But, Xerxes, pray do not distress yourself unnecessarily. Sir Lucifer is not worth any anxiety whatsoever.
How perceptive you are. And, my dearest, I shall be with you soon.
Yes.
Very well, Porritt. Show Sir Lucifer in.
Yes. Yes, Shawcard.
It's a Mr. Porritt, sir, from Lord Quandary.
Oh, what could this presage? Show the butler in, lad. Show him in.
This way, sir.
Mr. Porritt.
Good evening, sir.
Stay, Shawcard.
Sir?
Your eyes are red, Mr. Porritt, and your cheeks hectic.
Oh, sir, Lord Quandary has asked me to beg you to attend upon him immediately.
Why could the noble lord not come here in person?
That, sir, is unknown to me. I have a cab waiting, Inspector, for your convenience.
That being so, I am prepared to accommodate his lordship. Surecard, your hat, and mine. My ribs foretell a sudden end to many of our questionings.
You were quick upon the summons, Inspector, and I thank you for it.
I am eager to learn what you have to impart, Lord Quandary. This is my assistant, Mr. Surecard.
Your servant, sir.
Mr. Surecard. Will you be seated, gentlemen?
Thank you, my lord. Sit, lad. Don't gape there.
What I have to reveal, Inspector, is both tragic and terrible. You have a cold, sir?
A lively nose, my lord. Pray continue.
My disclosure will shed light on much that has hitherto lain in the shadows of horror and suffering. But let me begin with Temperance Muldoon.
Your erstwhile gardener?
As you are already aware, Muldoon left my employment on the best of terms to seek work in London. Well then, some 6 months later, he came to see me here at Bentinck Street. Alas, no pleasantries were to be exchanged, Inspector. Muldoon had turned blackmailer.
But all the world knows that the House of Quandary is above suspicion.
I thank you for that, sir, but unhappily it is not true. Muldoon, that fearful wretch, had discovered something regrettable in my past. He wanted money, gentlemen, in return for his silence.
Enough, perhaps, to purchase a house in Chelsea?
I paid him a pretty sum, Mr. Surecard. Then he wanted more.
Blackmail never does.
I realized he could and would go on and on with his insatiable demands until I was ruined. I became desperate.
You did not think of confiding in the police?
One breath of scandal, and my looked-for position as Foreign Secretary would forever be lost.
So you thought to silence Muldoon yourself?
Inspector, I am more than 60 years of age, a man with some infirmities. How could I compete in physical conflict with the brute strength of a man of the soil, a man almost 30 years my junior?
So you hired the services of a desperado?
Just so. I did not want Muldoon murdered, Inspector. You must believe that. I merely wanted him terrified. Yes, I hired a desperado and told him what I required. I described Muldoon thoroughly. His appearance, his habit, his place of work. I paid the fellow 100 guineas in advance. The fellow, hasty, anxious to have done with his odious work, did not pay sufficient attention to my instructions. To my horror, I read in the Times that 2 men had died.
I can imagine your consternation.
I hastened to London, intending to denounce the desperado, but he had forestalled me. When we arrived here, I found a sealed letter waiting for me. I was to meet him at 11 that night upon Westminster Bridge.
One question, sirs, if I may.
Sure, Carl.
It does have bearing, sir, on the matter in hand.
Does it, lad?
My lord, what was the name of this assassin?
Why, he gave his name as Earthrowl.
What?
Nimble's Earthrowl.
Sure, God. My apologies.
The name Earthrowl is known to you, gentlemen?
It is indeed, my lord. Intimately. But pray proceed to that sinister interview upon the bridge at 11 p.m.
It was a foul and foggy night, when a man could scarcely see his hand in front of his face. I reached the bridge and peered down, vainly hoping to descry some cheering ray of light from the brigs and colliers anchored below. But light there was none. Only the steady footfall of someone approaching me through that grim blanket of obscurity. It was Earthrowl, pale as snow, but red of eye. I taxed him bitterly with the deaths of Muldoon and Tidd. The wretch laughed and said that his services demanded compensation greater than I so far afforded. I threatened to denounce him. He made to attack me. But in the struggle, that demon lost his balance, overtoppled, and was gone, down into the Thames, lost forever from the world of men.
Yet you did not see fit to report this incident.
Inspector, I was too distracted to think of anything but to repair back to Bentinck Street and restore my wits.
Have you had a visitor recently, Lord Quandery?
I beg your pardon?
A visitor to this house, to this room, recently.
No, I have not, sir. Why do you ask?
Do you smoke, my lord?
Smoke, sir? I abhor the practice. No one smokes in any household of mine.
So you have had no visitor here this evening?
Damn me, sir, I have not. And of what relevance is that to my recent disclosure?
Forgive me, my lord. You are aware, I imagine, that you will have to accompany me to the office, where a formal statement may be taken from you.
I am aware of that. If you will give me 2 minutes, I shall collect the necessary statements myself. They are already set down and witnessed.
2 minutes, my lord, are negligible. We shall attend you here.
Thank you.
Shortcard.
Sir?
Hover, lad. Hover in the hall. I want no midnight chases.
Sir.
Shortcard!
Carry from the study, sir.
In there! Quick as you like.
Too late, sir. Too late. The master is dead. Self-slaughter.
Confirm, Shortcard.
Sir.
Porrit, a word in your ear.
Yes, sir.
Porrit, did you admit a visitor to his lordship shortly before you came to my office this evening? A visitor who smoked Havana cigars?
No, sir. No visitors at all today, apart from you two gentlemen of the detective.
What a spectacle Hyde Park presents, sir. And the Crystal Palace in its pristine magnificence. The flower of the nation, of the empire, nay, dare I say it, the flower of the world, assembled here for the opening of this most majestic of man's works. And thanks in no small part to you, sir.
Tobacco, Shortcard. Cuban tobacco.
Sir?
Amid these festive imbecilities, lad, have you given a thought to the singular aroma of Cuban leaf tobacco?
You have me on the hip, sir, and I confess it.
I smelt that aroma in Quandery's study the night of his confession. Yet he abhorred smoking, both he and Porrit, denied the presence of any visitor that day.
But the case is over, is it not? And you should be enjoying the delights of Hove, if not this present spectacle.
But think, lad, why should Quandery confess when the only 2 men, Muldoon and Earthrow, who could assail his reputation, were both stone dead?
Well, conscience, sir, Lord Quandery admitted as much himself.
And you were hoodwinked?
But if the confession was in some way spurious, then which way now do your thoughts incline?
There was no reason for Quandery's confession and suicide unless another foot stumbled upon his secrets. Another so high in rank or power that his removal could never go uninvestigated. Another who smoked Havana cigars and visited Lord Quandery some minutes before Porrit was dispatched to my office. Another who threatened Quandery with public obloquy unless he put an end to his wretched and conniving life.
Yes, sir. I anxiously await.
Consider, Shortcard, our earlier hypothesis, viz. that Earthrow and Gimlinge were effecting together a burglary of Quandery's house in Bentinck Street. Now, Earthrow, as we were told, fell off Westminster Bridge and hit the river with bone-shattering impact, and his injuries could bear out that story.
But Gimlinge was stabbed, as he averred with his latest breath, by one Edgar Joint Schism. A gent. Tall he was, well-spoken, dark hair, dark moustache, and black of eyes.
I wonder, lad, if Joint Schism smokes Havana cigars.
No hawkers, no harlots, no fishmongers.
Inspector Millions and Dynasty Shortcard of the detective.
The detective?
Mr. Cletworthy.
Your servant.
Mr. Peebles Cletworthy.
You're ineffable.
Mr. Peebles Cletworthy, discriminating diarist and social historian.
You're idiosyncratic.
Who knows more about the Mother of Parliaments than Mr. Speaker himself?
You're eternally gratified.
It is of the lower house that we wish to inquire, sir. Kindly remove that arquebus from your shoulder and invite us to your study.
Damn you, Clara. Cease your impertinence. Clara, sirs, is a lawless cat, hence her hatred of the detective. You were asking?
The defunct Lord Quanderay, sir. I understand he had ambitions for the post of Foreign Secretary.
True.
What obstacles lay in his path?
Who opposed him, you mean? But, sir, both chambers have been full of the gossip all year. Sir Lucifer Hipkin was chief contender for that position. Now, with poor old Xerxes done in, Sir Lucifer is first in line for the post you mentioned.
Sir Lucifer Hipkin.
Your manners, Clara.
This Sir Lucifer, a tall and black-of-eyes knight, would he be? Dark hair, dark moustaches?
Hipkin to the echo, Mr. Safeguard.
Obliged, sir.
There was then within Parliament outright rancour between Lord Quanderay and Sir Lucifer Hipkin.
The venom crackled, sir, like a child's limbs in an open fire.
And is this Hipkin to be found in London?
A man incessantly vain of his physique, sirs. He occupies himself daily at Master Parmesan's fencing academy in Regent Street.
The bold course is our only course, your course. Sir Lucifer Hipkin? Is Sir Lucifer Hipkin present in this academy?
What deuce is disturbing me?
Sir Lucifer?
The same.
Allow me to introduce myself, sir. Cumberbatch is the name, Sir Lucifer. And this is my son, young Dynasty. Devotees both of your matchless steel.
Devil you are.
As we stood and watched you confound your opponent, sir, with lunge in cart and tierce, riposte and recovery following one another in swift succession, we realized at once that we were in the presence of a master swordsman.
Did you, Joe? And I wish you'd say no like to Master Parmesan, sir.
A cigar, sir? Allow me to present you with a cigar.
Havana. It's uncommon civil of you, sir.
My pleasure, sir, and my honour. And to congratulate you also on the quick dispatch of that scoundrel Gimlinge.
Gimlinge? What's he to you?
He perished, sir, with your name on his lips. Cut to death, he cried, and proud of it, by the rapier of Lucifer Hipkin.
Who in damnation are you, fellas?
It is who you are that interests us, Sir Lucifer, for in certain parts of the city you are better known as Edgar Joint Schism.
Sir Jericho Arbogast, milady.
Oh, show him in, Porrit. Do show Sir Jericho in.
At once, your ladyship.
Melisande.
Jericho! Oh, my dear.
My darling. Oh, what an extraordinary turn events have taken. Your husband dies confessing to the suborned murders of Tid and Muldoon and to the accidental slaying of Earthrowl, and today Sir Lucifer Hipkin admits to the murder of the man Gimlinge. What an almanac of horrors for London. But how fortunate for we two.
Oh, my sweet. Oh, can our path to happiness lie across a meadow filled with corpses?
They lie in the past, Melisande. Together we can surmount these horrors and be united at last. Oh, my dearest, on my knees I beg you to become my wife at last, no longer the admired consort of another.
Oh, Jericho, you know too well how little I cared for Xerxes, how abominably he treated both myself and our son, little Gareth. Yet even at his most delinquent, Xerxes was possessed of some shreds of goodness, and I somehow believe that this terrible suicide of his was meant as an atonement for the unhappiness he had heaped upon me.
He was a monster.
Oh, not when I married him. He was bright and affectionate and generous.
You are all too well aware of how vicious and depraved the man really was.
I have lived with him for 8 years as his wife. I have borne him a son. I have known amidst years of misery some moments of happiness.
Melisande, do you love me?
With all my heart.
Then pray forswear your grief for that libertine, and agree to become my wife, proudly proclaimed as such, and as soon as we decently may, in the finest church this city boasts of.
Stop that stridulation, Shurkard, before I truss your tongue.
Jen was indifferent last night, sir.
Damn your impertinence, lad. Damn it, I say.
Oh, forgive me for asking, sir, but ask I must.
Well?
Why are you here and not in Hove, whence your thoughts have inclined these past 6 months?
Hove?
The strange affair is over, sir. You've explained all. Sir Lucifer, wishing to oust Lord Quandary from his position as heir apparent to the post of Foreign Secretary, assumed the nom de guerre of Edgar Jointskism. He paid Earthrowl and Gimlinge to burgle Quandary's home and find proof of some past misdemeanour. This was done, but Earthrowl was silenced by Lord Quandary, and Gimlinge was mortally wounded by Sir Lucifer himself, that no third party might discover the real facts. Then Sir Lucifer called on Lord Quandary, smoking a Havana cigar, and confronted the trembling peer with written evidence of some scandal. Quandary promised to resign his political hopes in return for Sir Lucifer's silence, and afterwards, recognising the terrible web of guilt he had himself helped to spin, sent for us. Having admitted conniving at the murders of Tid and Muldoon at the Crystal Palace, he engaged himself in the possibly accidental death of Earthrowl. He wished to spare his wife, his family and the country further scandal, and did away with himself.
And that is what the public is being asked to accept by the man upstairs.
Asked to accept, sir?
The existing scandal is such as to threaten the government already. Further revelations would lead to its complete overthrow, and so the man upstairs has directly instructed me to consider the case or cases irrevocably closed.
Then you may depart for Hove at once.
Will you stop harping on Hove?
Talk to some other resort, perhaps? Bognor Regis? Where's Dartneypool?
Shurkard. How? Where? Tid and Muldoon? Killed? Physically? How?
Does it matter, sir? Earthrowl was their executioner, and Earthrowl is dead.
Do you seriously believe that a man of Earthrowl's spectacularly low intellect could have conceived 2 murders so brilliant, so terrible, and so inexplicable as to baffle forensic science? If so, the investigative career is not for you, lad. Now come, let's be off.
A new case, sir?
The old case is officially closed, Shurkard, so we shall pay an entirely social visit to that colourful and gallant traveller, Sir Jericho Arbogast.
Inspector Million's hand, Mr. Shortcard, Sir Jericho. Milady.
And how capital. Inspector, Mr. Shortcard, may I extend my congratulations to you both on a successful outcome to this tragic and complex affair. Oh, but forgive me, you have met, of course, Melisande, Lady Quandary?
Indeed we have met, Jericho. Gentlemen, I am pleased that this occasion is something happier than the last occasion upon which we had conversation together.
Happier, milady?
Oh, we must tell them. I shall tell them. I can no longer contain my greatest good fortune. Inspector, Mr. Brasenose, Lady Quandary has agreed to cut short her normal period of mourning in order to make me the most divinely happy of mankind.
We are to be married, sirs, on Wednesday next, at the Church of St. Matthew Carborundum in the city of Westminster.
And I insist that you both be present, though whether as my guest or Lady Quandary's, I have no mortal idea.
Then may we congratulate you on this moment of social harmony and decent joy.
Too kind, Mr. Halfcard. And I am sure you will give us the added pleasure of pledging that harmony and joy in a toast.
You rang, Sir Jericho.
I did, Nossiter, I did. would you prepare a libation, a special libation for our guests and ourselves?
On the instant.
Nossiter.
Sir?
I believe, Nossiter, that you were brought up in Hove.
You see before you a proud son of Hove, sir, to be sure.
Then may I accompany you a moment, Nossiter? Hove interests me strangely. If Lady Quandery and Sir Jericho will excuse me.
Well, of course, Inspector. We are only too pleased that even the busiest, the most successful detective in the land has time to consider something so humane as a holiday. Inspector, discussion finished. And Nossiter, the libation is correct in every particular.
White rum, sir, Angostura bitters, crushed limes, some aerated water, and cracked ice.
Ice?
Ice in an English summer.
This is indeed a miracle, Sir Jericho. But ice in a drink?
Such a confection is called by our American cousins a cocktail, Inspector, because it is lively, full of metal, and it tickles the palate.
But how do you come by ice in this season, sir?
Well, you need two elements. A good hard winter and a damp, cool cellar. I noted the idea when I was in India a few years ago. You form the ice in winter in large blocks, wrap the blocks in burlap, put all in straw, and secrete deep in a cellar in moist, cool earth. I have a river close to the cellar here, and that keeps the temperature low all year. And there's another mystery solved, gentlemen, I hope, to your satisfaction.
Now, let us drink together, for I am anxious to taste this cocktail of yours at once, dear Jericho.
Who?
Short card, sir, your assistant, with a letter for you. Marked confidential, from Scotland.
Then give it here, lad.
Sealed under the impress of the Earl of Lesmahago.
Within this envelope, Shortcard, my hopes are won or lost.
The news are good, sir?
The news are fascinating, Shortcard. Cast your mind back to last week when you were alone and jovial with Sir Jericho and his bride-to-be. I was with Nossiter and begged to see Sir Jericho's trophies of the chase and his armoury. Amid all the weapons that adorn that great wall, one was conspicuous by its absence. My inquiries revealed that Sir Jericho had lent this unusual and long obsolescent weapon to the Earl of Lesmahago. I took the trouble to verify this. And here is my answer.
Well, sir?
High Cockalaw of Shortcard. Lesmahago denies all knowledge of this alleged loan.
But what possible interest can this be?
Accompany me to the Crystal Palace late tonight, and I hope to show you, Shortcard. Easy with that lantern, lad. We want no custodians disturbing us, or our necks are on the block.
But why are we here, sir, in the Sycamore Road?
This vast glass edifice, that mighty tree, saw once the body of Temperance Muldoon, dead in that fork, some 60 foot above ground.
Sir, this was where the parliamentary party found him.
To be sure, a party comprising...
Mr. Cosmo Evergreen, Mr. Hatchard Millicent, Mr. Nathaniel Upjohn, and the Laird of Yell.
And...
Sir Jericho Arbogast.
And what did Evergreen himself establish?
That from time to time, members of the party separated.
You begin to reassure me, lad. Look for the softest earth in this area and dig. Dig well, Shortcard. Dig deep.
This spot seems untrodden, sir. Protected as it is by the great base roots of the sycamore.
Yes. Yes, the earth is softer here. Sink your spade. Thus. Have a care, lad. You may be striking evidence.
Sir, I have something.
Huh?
Some strange...
Yes.
Some strange agricultural implement. It's buried here by errors. Great Scott.
Great Scott indeed, Shortcard. You have in your hand A crossbow?
Belonging to Sir Jericho Arbogast.
A crossbow supposedly lent to the Earl of Lesmahago 3 months ago or more.
Sir, Inspector?
Yes, lad? What is it?
The man upstairs is wondering how you intend to proceed with the new case, sir.
The new case can wait. I am concerned with Victory Tidd.
Tidd, sir?
Why should Tidd have to die? That most innocuous of mortals. A man who could surely have played no part in the obscene and sensational events that we are now enjoined to forget.
I'm at a loss, sir. Always was where Tidd was concerned. But may I draw your attention to the time?
Why?
It is now 3:15. If you recall, sir, we were invited to celebrate the nuptials of Sir Jericho Arbogast and Melisande Lady Quandary at the parish church of St. Matthew Carborundum in the city of Westminster 15 minutes ago.
And if any man know of just cause or impediment why these two persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony, let him speak now or forever hold his peace.
I am that man.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I am he who knows of that impediment.
Have you taken leave of your senses, sir?
My Lord Bishop, I am Inspector Millions of the Detective, and I am here to arrest the putative bridegroom, Sir Jericho Arbogast, on a charge of double homicide.
I shall see you ruined for this outrage, Millions, destroyed.
You kill those men at the Crystal Palace, Sir Jericho, and I can prove how you killed them. Why need not concern me as an officer of the law.
But how could those unfortunate creatures have been murdered? There was no trace of a weapon.
If you leave ice in a cocktail, Sir Jericho, for any length of time, what happens to it?
Why, it melts, of course.
And leaves no trace, as if it had never been.
You mean, sir, that instead of a steel bolt, he used a long, slim shard of ice as a projectile for his crossbow?
A weapon of pure genius, Shurcard. For by the time the bodies were inspected, all trace of ice had vanished. But, Sir Jericho, I can hazard a guess as to why you slew Muldoon, but not Tidd, a man you'd never met.
You are indeed a great detective, sir, and I salute you. As to why I killed those men, the answer is simple. I tired of killing beasts, both great and small, for the ultimate danger, the ultimate conquest I had never attempted, the stalk and killing of a man. To do this in public, to court apprehension and trial and the gallows, and to evade them, this became my one ambition. And so I hit upon a weapon in the very means you suggested, and I used it once, from a distance and earlier, on a man who was later discovered to be Victory Tidd. Flushed with that success, I could think of nothing but to dare again in even more perilous circumstances. During the parliamentary visit to the palace. This time, the victim, then unknown to me since he was obscured by foliage, was Temperance Muldoon. Thereafter, I reburied the crossbow. I waited all. For a time, I thought I'd won. Your brilliance has discovered me, and now I am ready to embrace the fate I so inevitably deserve.
Why are we travelling to Dunwich, sir? Surely Lady Quandary has suffered enough.
Tell me this, Shurcard. Why were Sir Jericho and Lady Quandary so anxious to marry so soon after the death of Lord Quandary, when they knew that by doing so they were brutally outraging all social conventions?
Because they were very deeply in love,
Oh,
sir.
abandon these romanticisms, lad, and think again.
I try, sir. I search and search about.
Because a wife may not be obliged
to give evidence against her husband.
I am sorry, Inspector, but Lady Quandary can see no one. She is prostrate, having taken at her physician's advice a strong sedative.
You know me, Porritt. You know my rank and my authority. And I tell you that I must speak to Lady Quandery on the instant.
It cannot be allowed, sir.
You have ever been a loyal servant to the Lady Porritt. I respect you for it. But no good can come of obstructing me now. I must and will see the Lady Melisande at once.
Very well, sir. Her ladyship is in the garden, at the far end of it, overlooking the sea.
Thank you. Shulcard.
Sir.
Be so good as to wait for me here. I may be some time. Lady Melisande?
Inspector Millions, why are you here?
I think you must know, ma'am.
You have destroyed all I hold dear. Why do you seek me out now?
Sir Jericho Arbogast killed 2 men in cold blood, milady. I want you to tell me why. Lord Quandery was an elderly man of an infirm constitution. You are a beautiful young woman. Sir Jericho is a handsome and adventurous young man. It was natural that youth should call to youth.
There was love between us, certainly. But at no time did I ever transgress my marriage vows.
Nevertheless, Temperance Muldoon became aware of this growing attachment between yourself and Sir Jericho. I think you paid Muldoon handsomely for his silence, enough for him to buy a house in Chelsea. But I think Muldoon wanted still more money, and from time to time you delivered it to him personally, veiled, always in a cab from Regent Street. And you argued and pleaded with him in an upper suite of 4 Trincomalee stairs. I think that realizing his demands would never cease, you told Sir Jericho of them. I think Sir Jericho, with cold and matchless cunning... cold and matchless cunning, killed an unknown man. Victory paid. Firstly, to try out his bizarre weapon for its effectiveness, and secondly, to draw me away from the killing of Muldoon, with all its implications.
Inspector, believe this or not as you will, I wanted Jericho to buy Muldoon's perpetual silence with an offer of passage money to Australia and sufficient capital for him to start a farm there. It was not until I heard of the deaths of Muldoon and Tidd from the Times newspaper that I realized that Jericho could have had no success with his bargaining, and had stumbled upon the fact that it was no longer money that Muldoon wanted, but me.
Wanted? You, milady?
When I visited Muldoon for the last time in that oppressive house in Chelsea, I shudder even now to admit to such humiliation. He proposed that his dreadful room should be our place of assignation, that in return for my favours, he would not reveal to Lord Quandery the attachment that had grown between Sir Jericho and myself. An attachment which, I repeat, was blameless indeed, if not entirely in emotion.
This is an aspect of the affair that had never crossed my mind.
Yet the most abominable thing of all was this. For 20 years my husband had been conducting an affair with a woman, and rejoiced to tell me of it. A woman who was, he said, in every respect my superior.
Glumdalclitch Fitzosborne.
Oh, dear God, you know that too.
I could only guess, till now.
That person had a daughter, Daffodil, by her self-styled protector, the man Danvers Gimlinge. 4 years ago, my husband began debauching her too, paying the mother handsomely for the privilege. Can you wonder, then, how sickened I was of Xerxes, and how readily I found comfort in the presence of Sir Jericho?
But Gimlinge knew nothing of this? And he was suborned along with Earthrail to steal intimate correspondence between Miss Osborne and your husband.
From Bentinck Street?
Gimlinge, recognising that the letters hideously compromised his common-law wife and daughter, refused to deliver them. So, Sir Lucifer mortally wounded him and removed the correspondence.
Oh, Inspector, what a nightmare tale of lust and greed and slaughter.
Sir Lucifer Hipkin, bent on securing the Foreign Secretaryship, called on Lord Quandery and, lighting a Havana cigar, showed him the letters. Your husband realised that his reputation was ruined forever. And thinking for once of you, he invented a plausible story to cover the deaths of Tid, Muldoon and Earthrow, then did away with himself.
Nothing more can happen to me now.
This is vital, my lady. Following the deaths of the two gardeners, did Sir Jericho ever disclose to you that it was he who had murdered them?
Not once. He would never have inflicted that terrible knowledge upon me.
But you guessed, Lady Melisande?
I must have done.
And having guessed, you were nevertheless prepared to join him in matrimony. A matrimony sanctioned by Holy Church.
Should I have denounced the only man I ever loved? The man who, however brutally, freed me of the loathsome embraces of Muldoon.
My lady, the law of which I am an officer would maintain that you are an accessory after the fact of two murders. Make no mistake. Sir Jericho is guilty, and he will be hanged. Yet, the present horror at his false confession of motive would be greatly dissipated were the court to learn the true reason for his actions, that he wished to preserve your honour.
To be imprisoned, to be separated from my son. Have I not suffered enough?
Think, I urge you, of Victory Tid, a useful and wholly innocent man in the prime of life. Does not his death cry out for retribution?
My son, Gareth, is 5 years old, Inspector. When he grows old enough to understand, will you try to explain to him something of the complexity and cruelty of this life of mine? Because I see you are a just man, terrible in your implacability, but just.
I shall try, ma'am, with all my heart.
Thank you. For some 400 years, the sea has been eating away at these cliffs of Dunwich. Far below us, somewhere on the ocean bed, lie great houses and churches and huge bells. Inch by inch, yard by yard, the headlands of Dunwich are claimed by the sea. Just so has my own short life been eaten, been entirely claimed by others' deceit and folly, and my own. I shall not see Dunwich again, Inspector.
The wind mounts. The cliff is treacherous.
Say goodbye to Jericho for me. Give him my unending love.
Do not approach too close to the edge, ma'am. Ma'am! Lady Melisande! Come back! Lady Melisande!
What has happened, sir? Dear heaven, what's that noise?
If we are creatures of any sensibility, Shurker, we shall say it is the bells under the sea, tolling for the soul of a confused, tormented, but valiant lady.
In The Instruments of Darkness by Michael Robson, Inspector Millions was played by Nigel Stock, Dynasty Shorecard by Anthony Hall, Melisande by Elizabeth Proud, and Porret by Richard Handel. Xerxes Lord Quandre by Manning Wilson, Sir Jericho by Henry Knowles, Fleet Ned Sprott and Nossiter by Brian Hewlett, Dr. Yolland and the Bishop by Michael Deacon, Caroline Muldoon, Heather Bell, Sir Lucifer Hipkin, Nigel Graham, Earthrow, Peter Wickham, Gimlinge, Michael Harbour, Meldrum and Peoples Clackworthy, Trader Faulkner, Daffodil, Penelope Reynolds, and Mrs. Glumdale Clitch Osborne, Irene Sutcliffe. The play was directed by David Spencer.
We present Gladys Young as Lady Cork, Richard Handel as Superintendent John Cheviot, June Tobin as Flora Drayton, with Norman Shelley and Austin Trevor in a new production of Fire, Burn, a play by John Kearcross from the novel by John Dixon Carr. Fire, Burn.
This is the story of an impossible crime affecting a woman. and of an impossible situation affecting a man.
Taxi! Taxi!
The woman, for instance, couldn't have been killed in the broad corridor with the fringed lamps. She couldn't have died before the eyes of 3 witnesses, and yet she did. And it all happened during the period of the last sunburst of the latter-day Regency dandies, fully 8 years before Queen Victoria came to the throne. In short, in the year 1829.
Taxi! Taxi! I say, you there!
Now, that is the voice of Detective Superintendent John Cheviot of the Metropolitan Police. We are very far indeed from that old year of 1829. The good Cheviot is in the Euston Road, and it is an October night sometime in our present 1960s. He is...
Taxi, sir? Of course I'm looking for a taxi.
Oh, come now, I can't hardly expect conjuring tricks on a foggy night like this, Governor, right? Where to?
Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard it is, sir. Here we go.
As I was about to say, this Detective Inspector John Cheviot is a man not yet in his middle age, most pleasant-looking and athletic. Nowadays it is no disgrace to have entered the force by way of Winchester and Trinity College, Cambridge. And provided a man does his work well, as Cheviot does, nobody will object if by way of a hobby he rummages much in the ancient police records at Scotland Yard. If he finds himself fascinated by the early history of his own profession and the unsolved crimes of long ago. It so happens, indeed, that the inspector is pondering much on one such mystery of the past as he rides now in his taxicab to Whitehall. A curious case, unsolved for over 130 years, that he has just been reading about in an old book. The case, in short, involving those 3 unnamed witnesses in that corridor of fringed lamps that I mentioned earlier, and of the woman who died in front of their eyes long before the days when there were detectives to investigate such matters. And as he journeys, John Cheviot's thoughts on that old crime, so sparse in detail, begin to preoccupy him more and more deeply until... But his story tells itself now as the cab draws up with a sudden jerk at his destination.
What do you mean pulling up like that? Can't you? Well, what do you expect on a foggy night like this? Conjuring tricks? It's his new blazing gaslight, that's what. Oh, go!
Gaslight?
Oh, gonna make all the difference, it were. Light up London like a blazing bonfire. And look at it. Can't hardly see me ruddy whip.
Gaslight? And my taxi a hackney coach? What's the fare, my man?
A shilling.
A shilling? Where did I hire you?
Euston Road. And if you think...
No, it isn't that. You'll have your fare. Where have you brought me?
Oh, where do you think? Where you said, of course.
Scotland Yard?
Oh, that's what you did say, but you meant Great Scotland Yard. You meant blazing 4 Whitehall Place. And there it is, see, among all the mud. God, no wonder me old mare slipped.
Here's your money. A florin.
Oh.
It's all I can find in these clothes.
Oh, quite the knob, aren't you? Fancy clobber and everything, now I can see you in the blazing gas. Here.
Well, what, my man?
You come into this place. You and your Scotland Yard and such. Oh, I never thought of it before. Don't tell me you're one of Bobby Peel's new mob.
Peel? Peel?
Oh, blazing police, I'm off. You're a newfangled peeler, you are. A spy, this you might be.
No, wait, I say.
Oh, not me, not for any blazing puppy peeler.
What year is it? In heaven's name, man?
Oh, off your nut as well, are you? What year do you think it is? 1829, Cully.
It isn't possible. It can't be. And yet that door there, in the gaslight, number 4 Whitehall Place. I recognize it from the old prints, from the days before there was a Scotland Yard, or when it was first beginning, when Peel appointed Mayne and Rowan as its first commissioners. And if I'm honest, I'm compelled towards it, as if on some mission, past that carriage there with a woman in it, as if she were waiting for someone. Blue eyes, clear golden hair, in a gown of white brocade, and a face almost familiar. Almost...
Mr. Cheviot! Well, Mr. Cheviot, Won't you come in for a moment to my carriage?
Madam,
John, my dearest. You must come in, only for a moment, John. And if you won't kiss me, then I must kiss you, my love.
Madam, I'm...
There.
Isn't your first name Flora, madam?
My dearest Jack, as if you didn't know that.
You're Lady Drayton. You're a widow. You live...
I live, Mr. Cheviot, as you very well know, where I'm waiting to take you home. As always, my love.
No, don't laugh at me, Flora. In heaven's name, don't laugh at me.
My dear, what is it? What's the matter? You seem so strange tonight.
Hold me tight for a moment. I'm out of my senses. I'm a cursed bedlamite.
Jack, my darling.
For a moment, I can't seem to think clearly, Flora. You must help me. I struck my head as I came out of my cab just now. It seems to have changed things. I can't quite...
Dearest, sit still.
I remember some things very clearly. I remember you somehow. That was how I knew your name. I've seen your portrait. In the Victoria and Albert...
The Victoria and Albert, my love? What are you talking about? What can that be, pray?
What?
And as to my portrait, no one has painted it, except that Sir Thomas Lawrence has promised.
I'm sorry, forgive me. It's part of my dream, this strange madness.
Nonsense. Of course you aren't mad. You simply cannot recollect yourself for an instant.
Myself? But what self, Flora? Who am I?
You are John Cheviot, gentleman, and my very dear, dear friend. Will you not kiss me again, Jack? Will that not help?
No, wait. And I have come here
You have come here to see Mr. Richard Maine and Colonel Charles Rowan. And if you be mad at all, John Cheviot, it's because you have some wild notion to become superintendent of their central company, or central division, whatever name they give it in this new silly fancy of Mr. Peel's for a police force. And I think that I must have been mad myself to come to speed you on your foolish errantry when I find you in this mood. Surely a little knock on the head in a hackney.
No, Flora, it was more than that. Much more. Someday I may be able to tell you. You before all, somehow. Whoever you are.
Whoever I am.
But not now. No. Now, I suddenly accept.
Accept?
Everything, or almost everything. Including the fact that I had a dream once, to be in like this at the beginning, to amaze them all in there by solving some mystery that they couldn't fathom with all that I've learned since with fingerprints or ballistics.
John, what words?
No, forgive me again, Flora. It's only my foolish tongue. And there is one thing else that I accept, too, now.
What, my dear?
That I love you, Flora. And nobody knows how long I've loved you. Ask me nothing else. I know none of the answers myself. But now I will kiss you, truly, as I should have done at the beginning. And will you wait for me until I come out from there? To help me?
Oh, always, John. Always, my love.
Mr. Cheviot to see Mr. Maine and Colonel Rowan.
Good evening, gentlemen. I have read a good deal about you both.
How do you do, Mr. Cheviot? This is Mr. Maine, do you see, my fellow commissioner. I'm Charles Rowan.
Honored, Mr. Maine.
The pleasure is mine, sir. Will you be seated? Oh, this other gentleman is Mr. Henley. Mr. Alan Henley, our chief clerk and secretary.
Your servant, Mr. Cheviot.
How do you do?
You must forgive Henley for not rising, sir. An old leg wound from Waterloo. Now then, speaking for myself, do you see, I'm sort of gratified by this application of yours. This your first visit to Scotland Yard, I take it?
I think I could say so, Colonel.
Quite. So we'll consider your qualifications, eh?
Wait a bit, Rowan. For my part, now that I see Mr. Cheviot in person, I'm not so sure that I approve the idea of his appointment at all.
Sir?
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Cheviot. What I mean, Rowan, is that this gentleman is too plainly a gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Maine. You are very good.
Whatever this new police force of ours may someday become, Mr. Cheviot, the fact is that at the moment its members are as rough as men are made, sir. Peel doesn't want gentlemen. Not for our work.
And is there no other work, Mr. Maine?
Such as?
The solving of crimes. Crimes committed by a person or persons unknown. Thievery, housebreaking, even murder.
Oh, come, sir. These things are in the province of the Bow Street runners.
Who are frequently corrupt, as I'm told. Oh, yes, gentlemen. Bow Street can always produce a victim to be hanged. But how often do you hang the right man?
Damn seldom. Ecod, you're right, Mr. Cheviot. I've been thinking along these very lines myself lately. In good time, a dozen years or so, we'll abolish the runners altogether. We'll create a new force of our own, and we'll call it the Detective Police. Eh? Eh?
Excellent, Colonel. And why shouldn't I become its first member? And begin those services now?
Damn it, why not? Eh, Maine? We're living in a new age, ain't we? Steam, railways, power looms for the mills.
No doubt, Ron. No doubt at all. But there is still one point of some mystery, perhaps.
One, sir.
Shall we consider Mr. Cheviot's record, Colonel? Henley, Mr. Cheviot's portfolio, if you will.
I have it ready, sir.
Thank you. Will you read them?
Cheviot John, a gentleman of independent means, lives in chambers at Albany, moves in the Beaumont. Noted as pistol shot, wrestler, and single-stick player. His private affairs... but these are no concern of ours, of course.
On the contrary, Colonel, I beg you to continue.
You insist?
I request.
Very well. Is at times a heavy gambler and somewhat wild and strange in his manner. Is no friend to temperance societies, although he's never observable as being drunk. His friendship with Lady Drayton, widow of Sir Arthur, is too well known, perhaps.
Quite so. And as you say, is no concern of ours. My main point has been made.
And it is, Mr. Maine?
Sir, you have applied for the post of superintendent at the Central Division of our newly formed police force. You are, we hear, of considerable independent means. But your emolument with us would only be 200 a year. You'd be on duty 12 hours a day. Your work would be hard, dangerous, even bloody. Mr. Cheviot, why do you want this post?
Because, sir, at least I think because of what I have already told you. Because I believe, indeed, that the duties of the new police comprise more than suppressing brawls or hailing away drunkards or disturbers of the peace. Because I believe that I could be a detective, in Colonel Rowan's word. I believe that by certain methods of my own that are as yet unknown, if you are to confront me with a crime which you believe to be impossible of solution...
Beg pardon, Colonel Rowan. A letter for you, sir, personal and by hand.
Eh? Oh, yes, Billings. Excuse me, gentlemen.
A pinch of snuff, Mr. Cheviot?
No, thank you, Mr. Maine.
You were saying?
I was only trying to assure you that...
Damnation!
I beg your pardon, Ron.
Read that, Maine. Damn it, we'll have to postpone our meeting with you till later, Cheviot. Somebody's been stealing bird seed from Lady Cork again.
Bird seed?
Oh, sir, bird seed.
Well, bird seed. So they have. An interesting letter round. The old lady seems quite angry. But you know, it gives me an idea.
How the deuce do you mean, Maine?
Well, simply that since our good friend Cheviot fancies his abilities as a detective policeman, here surely is his opportunity.
By Jove!
My dear Mr. Maine, do you wish me to investigate this abominable crime, bird seed?
Do you find the matter so very amusing, sir?
God, you've got the very notion, Maine. And if it strikes you as funny, Mr. Cheviot, you don't know Lady Cork, do you?
No, sir.
If she's a day, she's 80 and more, and she has crotchets, sir, and she's got the ear of the Prime Minister himself, the Duke, sir.
Wellington?
Who else, Stabby? The old lady could stir a blue murder for us over this. The Duke don't like us much in any case.
Yet, where exactly does the famous bird seed enter?
Well, I won't deny that my Lady of Cork is a mite eccentric. She keeps birds, Cheviot, parrots and so forth, dozens of them in cages. And there's the famous macaw that'll clip you a cigar as soon as look at you. Aye, and smoke it too, ecod. And for the second time in a week, somebody's stolen the bird seed from the containers at the sides of some of these deuced cages of hers. And the old spark's flaming and demands that we do something.
Well, Mr. Cheviot?
Gentlemen, I beg your pardons. Of course I must accept the test. If I'm honest, I've been given far more nonsensical assignments even than this in my time, and some of them have led to... well, to other things.
Good, Cheviot. And you'd best write a note of authority for Mr. Maine and me to sign.
Very good, sir.
In fact, when you've done it, you'd best go to Lady Cork's yourself as well. Take shorthand notes and such when you interview the old bird, Cheviot. I mean the Countess, not the macaw, eh?
Yes, quite.
Damn it. We've got to act at once on this, or I smell trouble. And if I remember rightly, my lady's giving a ball tonight for some of the beau monde. You'd best attend it, Cheviot.
Can I? Without invitation? The Countess's house in New Burlington Street is sometimes known as Liberty Hall, Mr. Cheviot. And besides...
Well, sir?
I rather fancy that I glimpsed my Lady Flora Drayton's carriage at the door outside just before your slightly late arrival this evening. And it's there still, I perceive. She almost certainly will be welcome at Lady Cork's, their devoted friends. And you could accompany her? It would be no unusual spectacle, perhaps.
Indeed, it seems that it would not, Mr. Maine.
The letter of authority, Colonel. Will you and Mr. Maine sign it?
Yes. The very thing, Henley. And do you ride on in front, do you see? Prepare the way for Mr. Cheviot at the house. Can you manage to hobble out to that old nag of yours in the yard?
Thank you, sir, admirably. Shall we go then, Mr. Cheviot?
This moment. Gentlemen, I am your humble servant. You may call me, if you will, and though it can mean nothing to you, Sherlock Holmes. For I shall do all within my mortal power to solve the mystery of the missing bird seed.
And so it was that Detective Superintendent John Cheviot of Scotland Yard found himself involved in a mystery of crime almost 100 years before he fancied that he'd been born. Yet, which was the real John Cheviot? This one garbed in strange clothes and remembering the early 1960s as he rode to Lady Cork's with Flora Drayton in the 1820s?
I must be careful. I must show no surprise. I nearly gave myself away more than once with Maine and Rowan. No Nelson Monument out there in the square yet. No National Gallery. I must accept such things without comment. And Flora, whom I plainly love and who plainly loves me, in some way she holds the key to this shutting in to another century. Somehow I know her. She seems so right for me. And yet...
Or is it this other John Cheviot, the sporting blade of the 1820s, in the carriage with Flora, but in the flesh, as the story tells itself again?
Well, Mr. Cheviot, and did you obtain this odious and inferior position for which you so horribly longed?
Inferior?
Well, is it not
If
so?
I obtained the position at all, my dear...
Then you didn't. Oh, Jack, I'm so glad. No gentleman should ever work, you know. And yet how could they dare to turn you down?
But they haven't, my love. Not yet, at least. I'm being given a test, and that is why you and I are going to Lady Cork's ball.
I might have known that it wasn't only for pleasure. I guessed it the moment I saw that man coming out of Scotland Yard with you, with a dispatch box and the big black stick.
That, my dear Flora, was Mr. Alan Henley, Chief Clerk and Secretary of Commissioners for Police. Handsome, didn't you think, for his age? A lingering trace of the ladies' man?
No clerk is ever handsome.
Well, at any rate, I have a feeling he might be useful to me. I like the fellow, though he hardly spoke back there. There's a kind of gruff charm in him. A good companion for an investigation, I'd say.
And what investigation, pray?
Tell me first about Lady Cork. The Countess of Cork and Orrery in the full title, if I remember. I read about her in my Boswell.
Oh, they never dare to mention it, or she'll tell you 100 times a day what dull old Dr. Johnson said to her when she was a girl. As far as Maria Cork is concerned, we're still in the 18th century. La, you should hear her speak.
And Miss Margaret Renfrew?
Miss Renfrew? Don't you know her either, Jack?
Should I?
Are you sure you don't?
My dear girl, why should I ask otherwise? All I know is that as we parted at Scotland Yard back there, the good Alan Henley whispered to me, "Look very sharp when you talk to Lady Cork, Mr. Cheviot." Aye, and to Miss Margaret Renfrew, too. That is, if you do talk to her, said he.
Margaret Renfrew is Maria Cork's companion. She... Jack, do you swear to me that you don't know her?
But, my dearest Flora...
Hold me tightly, Jack. You must bear with me if I grow frightened sometimes.
Frightened?
I know... I'm almost certain that you've been faithful to me. I am certain. But sometimes, when I look at the glass...
Flora.
No, please, my dear. I'm not so young. I'm 31, Jack.
And am I not, 38?
It's different for a man. And you did have such a reputation, sweetheart.
And what has this to do with Miss Margaret Renfrew?
They say... I've heard it whispered that you might have met her, Jack. And that being what she is...
Give me your hand, Flora. I vow to you that, to my knowledge, I have never met this woman in my life. Not in either life.
Either life?
Hmm? Oh, nothing. What do you mean when you say being what she is?
Oh, I don't know. Only something about her. Perhaps it was what your Mr. Henley meant, too. Something very strange, very dark, hidden, very passionate in a secret way. Do you know Edmund Kean, the actor?
I've heard of him.
He's finished now, of course. The drink and worse. A strange little man. Hardly more than a dwarf. But in his great days he had such power. He was a lion.
Well, and Miss Renfrew?
No one will receive Mr. Kean in society these days because of his terrible drinking. No one but Maria Cork. And one night, about a month or so ago, when I was there too, Peg Renfrew came into the room. And Kean gave a start, like the man in the play seeing the ghost. And he stared at her so. And he said, in a strange, strange voice, he said...
Well, what, my dear?
Fire burn and cauldron bubble. I don't know why, Jack, but there was a kind of silence fell. As if somehow Mr. Kean had seen something, had foreseen something about her, Margaret Renfrew.
Fire burn. All this and birdseed.
Birdseed?
It's why we're going to Lady Cork's at all, Flora. Come, I'll tell you all about it. We must be almost there. And perhaps you can help me. I've even half a theory already. I expect you know about Milady's famous parrots. Well, it seems that...
Sir? Oh, thank you, Martin. No, only take my cloak. Please, I'll keep my muff.
As you say, milady. Your hat, sir?
Thank you. I'm not here only for the ball, my man. Be good enough to take me to Lady Cork immediately.
Well, I'm afraid, sir, there's a lady...
I said take me to Lady Cork. I have urgent business with her. At her own request.
Very good, sir. I will inquire.
Wait, Jack. There's your precious Miss Renfrew now, coming down the stairs with that odious man of yours with a knobbed stick.
Good evening, Mr. Cheviot. It's all right, Martin. Her ladyship expects this gentleman. I shall attend him.
Miss Renfrew?
That is my name, sir. Greetings, Lady Drayton. I know you well by reputation, Mr. Cheviot, and your friend here has already told us to expect you as Colonel Round's representative. We have his note of authority.
Excellent, Henley. You managed it, then.
I'm faster than you may think, Mr. Cheviot. I've been able to make all arrangements for an interview very satisfactorily, I think.
Lady Cork is in her retiring room upstairs, Mr. Cheviot. Will you follow me?
Thank you, Flora.
Oh, if you will, I suppose. Tush, it seems uncommonly noisy tonight, Miss Renfrew.
Oh, there aren't so very many yet in the upstairs ballroom, Lady Drayton. Most of the din is from the anteroom along there. Some of the younger bloods have just come in.
And are just coming out, too, from the looks of it. Such a smell of foul tobacco. Why do men smoke?
And suddenly, you see, the morsel gave me back my guineas, and she says, Jack Cheviot again. I say, look who's here, you men. Jack, my dear good fellow.
And Flora. Ready. La, now, here's a pleasure.
All mine, Flora. Positively delighted, by Jove. Must be a fortnight at least, by Jove, since I saw either of you. Coming up to dance, Jack?
Not quite at the moment, Freddie. The fact is that
I trust that one can reach the ballroom sometime, if people will be good enough to avoid crowding the stairs.
I beg your pardon?
I think you heard me, fellow. Out of my way.
And if I choose not to?
Jack!
Then I've no alternative but to push you.
And if I prefer to push you instead, sir, so?
Look out, Hogbenny. Had you there, eh?
What do you mean by that, fellow? By heaven, I don't like your look.
Your own is hardly noteworthy, sir, and what I meant by that was that I wasn't particularly taken by your manner, either.
Who are you? Deuce,
Miss
sir.
Renfrew, I apologize on this gentleman's behalf. Will you lead the way again?
Damn it, I spoke to you.
I, however, had quite finished speaking to you. My arm, Lady Drayton.
By heaven.
In glory's name, keep your temper. Wouldn't call out Jack Cheviot, would you? He's the best shot in town.
Cheviot, is it? Very well. I'll remember Cheviot.
By the Lord, I'll remember.
Pray do, if your meagre wits permit it. Mr. Henley, you can set down that admirable stick of yours. Our impulsive friend's drinking companions have decided to hold him back. There will be no riot. Come, ladies.
Oh, you're an
Oh, what puppies they are. What little amusement they provide. Give me an older man with experience. I apologize sincerely, Mr. Cheviot, and to you too, Mr. Hanley, is it?
Henley, ma'am. And I am always well provided for any emergencies with my faithful stout Blackthorn.
In any case, the fault was all mine, Miss Renfrew, in Lady Cork's house. You are related to Lady Cork?
Related? No, sir. I am only the daughter of one of her old friends. I'm merely a courtesy poor relation, sir. I exist by Lady Cork's bounty. Will you come this way now? Along the corridor. It is just past the ballroom here.
Wait, please. I want a private word with Mr. Cheviot first.
As you wish, Lady Drayton. Do you and I go in advance then, Mr. Henley? No doubt Mr. Cheviot will follow as soon as he can.
Instantly, Miss Renfrew.
Up to you, ma'am.
My dear Flora, don't you think that was really rather rude?
Jack, I'm sorry. I don't want to come in with you. I'm in no mood tonight for Maria Cork. But I had to warn you. That scene on the stairs just now.
Well?
Don't quarrel with Captain Hogman. Oh, pray don't, Jack.
I gathered that was his name, with a captain. He should certainly know better.
Don't vex or trifle with him. He's notorious for not playing fair. He'll hurt you. Somehow he'll hurt you. If he does call you out...
Then I shall trust to look after myself. Was that all you wanted to say, Flora? Remember, I'm on duty.
Duty? Oh, this odious work of yours. Why are you so strange tonight, Jack? So cold. You weren't even very cordial to poor Freddie Devitt.
The young man who'd had too much claret?
You know well enough. And Freddie admires you so. That's why I like him. I know he's very foolish and such a gossip with all his tales.
What tales?
Only vaporings. About thieves, since you're so concerned with this wretched bird seed.
Thieves? What, Flora? Tell me.
Oh, that somebody's been stealing Maria Cork's jewellery or some such. All nonsense.
Is it indeed? Ha! That theory of mine may have something in it after all. Flora, I must go in. Wait for me here, my dear, in the corridor. Look, there's a chair over there, and milady's entrancing fringe lamps will light you at your loveliest when I come out.
Oh, Jack. And then shall we dance?
Yes. Then we shall dance. Now, forgive me.
Oh, blood. So you've condescended to come in at last, young man.
Your pardon, Lady Cork. I fear I was detained a little.
And we know how to, eh, Peg?
I'm sure, Aunt Maria, that Lady Drayton...
Hold your tongue, girl. You ain't sure of anything. I'll see Flo Drayton later. So you're George Cheviot's son?
Am I, madam?
What, don't you know? God, don't.
Oh, I beg your pardon again, my lady. A manner of speaking.
Deuce queer one. No, don't start, George Cheviot's son. 'Tis only me famous macaw. He won't harm you. He's tied at the leg, you see, on that perch of his.
He's certainly a singularly handsome creature.
Nonsense, he's as ugly as sin, you know it, and so am I. Would you like to see him at his famous trick? If you're a cigar handler.
Thank you, madam. I have heard of his accomplishments. Some other time, perhaps, when I'm not on duty.
Duty? Tush, what's duty, George Cheviot's son?
I think Mr. Cheviot means his work with the new police, Aunt Maria. Colonel Round's letter...
Because you're right, Peg Renfrew. Except I thought I told you to hold your tongue, eh? And the other fella, too, of course. The one with the gammy leg, like myself.
All the more your humble servant, milady.
Compliments, huh? From clerks. No, don't look so furious at him, Peg. That deuced pride of yours. The times are changed, you see. 'Tis only clerks that do give compliments nowadays. I never noticed one from George Cheviot's boy, huh?
Madam, I did not think one needed. You are so fine a one to yourself.
The very thing, lad. The old spirit ain't died yet after all, eh? You might almost have known old Sam Johnson himself, boy.
I fear that he was just a little before my time, milady.
Oh, so he was, of course, so he was. Well, you best sit down. Let's on with it. What's your dispatch case open for, Mr. Lame fella?
If I may, my lady, to take some notes of our interview in shorthand.
What shorthand is it? Why, sir?
It will be my duty, ma'am, to prepare a report for the Joint Commissioners on anything connected with this curious crime that I may discover.
Reports?
tush in it. Deuce new-fangled stuff on a trifling matter like this.
It may not, ma'am, be quite as trifling as you fancy.
What do you mean, boy?
I mean that I believe that rather more has gone missing from this house of yours than simple bird seed, Lady Cork. And I believe you know it.
Damn it, sir!
Aunt Maria...
You're this hired girl, and you there with a stick. Stop taking your deuce notes, do you hear me?
I'm afraid that I must insist, my lady. Continue with your work, Henry.
Yes, sir.
After all, ma'am, it was you yourself who insisted somewhat angrily on this inquiry over your missing jewels.
How did you know? Odds blood, how did you know, boy? Are you a wizard?
No, ma'am. A humble student of psychology.
What the deuce is that, pray?
I meant, Lady Cork, that it seems to me a woman's very natural instinct to hide things of value. Especially a woman like you, and to hide them close at hand if she thinks them in danger. The seed containers of your many parrot cages do infinite credit to your wit, my lady.
My wit?
Who would ever suspect such a hiding place? Or if they did suspect, wouldn't the detaching of the containers at night set up a flurry of alarm? Do I speak the truth, ma'am?
Aye, you do. You are a wizard. Damn me, I could maybe have stood it when they rifled my strong box of the gewgaws I never cared for, but when it came to the other things...
The other things?
There was a trinket of my husband's that they took. The first gift I ever had from him, a diamond and ruby brooch, you see, in the shape of a ship. And a little ring from another man. And him dead these 60 years.
I'm deeply sorry, my lady. Henley, you may omit these more personal details.
I've done that already, Mr. Cheviot.
And so you hid your more important trinkets in the seed containers, ma'am?
Aye, and they still went. Even in my very bedroom with the cages there. I tell you, it's near broke my heart, boy.
Aunt Maria, they'll be found. I know they will.
Well, they go.
I'm certain of it now that Mr. Cheviot and Mr. Henley are both here. But it is nearly midnight, Aunt. Your guests will be ready for supper. Have I your leave to go to prepare?
Aye, you'd better, Peg. And you'd best go through by my bedroom and see all's tidy. Then you can slip through the other door to the corridor and down that way. I don't want that damn double door open yet. I ain't in any mood for the deuce music.
I understand, Aunt Maria. Will you forgive me, gentlemen?
Your servant, ma'am. Lady Cork, I can't and won't distress you any more than I can help. But why didn't you say the jewels had been stolen? Why conceal it?
And have them all laugh at me again the way they always do, because I'm old and strange in my ways. Do you think that Charlie Rowan would have understood about me hiding places the way you do, boy?
If I may presume, Mr. Cheviot, I think that Lady Cork is right.
I reckon that if you found the knave that took the seed, the rest would follow.
Will you answer me one more question, and then we shall leave you?
Well, if I can.
At one further guess, I would suppose that the thief is someone close at hand, my lady. In this very house with you. Have you any notion whom?
No, sir.
Are you certain, ma'am? On your honor?
Damn me, I said no, sir. I won't swear on any honor. How much do you think I've left at my age to a life like mine? But I'll tell you one thing, and it galls me more than any. I've heard it whispered that that little brooch of mine, like the ship, has been pledged, sir, and mayhap the other things too, at Vulcan's.
Vulcan?
Aye, sir, Vulcan's of all places. A brooch of mine at Vulcan's. Now go, the pair of you. Close up your dispatch desk, Mr. Lamefield. I've had enough. I'm tired of it all.
My humblest apologies, madam. You've been very good. We shall do everything we can.
I dare say. Well, at least I like you, boy. I can't say I blame Flo Drayton after all. But off with you now. Off with you.
The music, ma'am, will it irk you as we go through the door?
Damn it, you think I want clerks rampaging through my bedroom t'other way? Even clerks that do pay compliments? Now, off with you, I say.
Good night, Lady Cork. And thank you. Well, Henry.
Well, indeed, Mr. Cheviot. A remarkable personage, the Countess.
Really? Look,
What, sir?
Lady Drayton, the way she's standing there, in the corridor with her back to us.
So she is. She looks very strange, sir. So stiff, somehow.
Oh, I dare say. Because I was so long. I'll set it right. You know, Henley, I think I want another word with Miss Margaret Renfrew.
Do you, sir?
I mean that I wouldn't be surprised if she knows something. Did you see the way she looked at you when you were taking your notes in there? At both of us?
Come to think of it, I did, sir. Yes, she's a dark one, that. Dark and secret, I'd say.
I had the notion more than once that she was about to say something, to tell us something.
Wait, sir. There she is. Look, coming out of that door beyond Lady Drayton. Look.
So it is. By the Lord, I'll get her now before she goes downstairs.
No!
Miss Good God!
Jack.
Stand back, Flora.
Jack.
Back!
What happened, sir? In heaven's name.
She fell. She seemed to fall suddenly. Margaret Renfrew, she crumpled and fell.
She's dead.
Dead?
Shot through the back.
But it isn't possible, Mr. Cheviot. There was no sound of a gun.
Confound it, man. Do you think I don't know a bullet wound when I see one? Look at it there, under her left shoulder blade. I tell you that... Henley?
What, sir?
The door of the ballroom is open a little. Quickly close it. Lock it. There's a key in the lock there. I don't want that mob swarming over us.
Yes, sir.
Flora, in heaven's name, give me that pistol.
Jack.
Give me that pistol, I say. Do you think I didn't see it as I passed you, hidden in your muff? Give it to me.
Jack, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
It's locked, sir. Mr. Cheviot, I still say it can't be possible. Who did this, sir? There was nobody here but us three.
But there must have been, Henley. Do you think a woman could fall dead from a bullet without anybody firing it?
But the noise, sir, and the smoke, the smell of powder. And where's the gun?
Damnation, man. Do you think I know?
It must have been through the door, Jack, the ballroom.
Do you suppose I haven't thought of that? But look where the wound is. It could never have been made from that angle. She'd have been shot in the side instead of in the back. And the door she came through is impossible, too, for the same reason. And the only other door...
Behind us, sir. Where you and me were standing. Lady Cork's room.
And you must have noticed as well as I have that door opens with a loud click, Henley. We'd have heard it. And the shot. I tell you that we...
Tell me what's the meaning of this? What's all this chattering out here? Can't you just... Peg Renfrew.
I'm afraid that she's dead, Lady Cork, shot in the back.
Maria.
First blood. Peg Renfrew shot. Who did it then? A lover?
Her lover, Ma'am? She had a lover?
Ah, don't tell me, to be sure she had.
And his name?
How should I know? The jade was too close-mouthed. But couldn't you see it in her eyes, George Cheviot's son?
I certainly saw something in her eyes.
Ah, pride and shame, and both at the same time. Tetchy and savage for fear somebody would read it in her face.
Lady Cork, a monstrous crime has been committed almost before our eyes. As an officer of the police, I must take charge. Will you assist me?
Well, boy...
I took the liberty of locking the ballroom door there, but at any moment your guests will be clamoring for supper. Will you go in and restrain them somehow? Make some excuse. I must have them held there until I can remove the body.
And where will you take her, pray?
Through there. The door she came out of.
My poor bedroom.
With your permission, I'll get Mr. Henley to send up one of your footmen to help me as he goes for the surgeon.
The surgeon, sir?
Well, of course, Henley, at once.
But the lady's dead, Mr. Cheviot. What use is a surgeon?
Confound it! We must get out the bullet, man. We must find what direction it was fired from. It's vital. Tell the footman to give me 3 minutes and then come up. And let no one up the staircase in the interval. Hurry, man.
Yes, sir. At once.
Will you do what I asked, Lady Cork?
Tell me, I said I liked you, George Cheviot's son, or the deuce knows why. I suppose I must, eh?
I would be obliged, ma'am. And will you tell me something before you go?
Well?
Am I correct in assuming that it was Margaret Renfrew who stole your jewelry, Lady Cork?
Mr. Cheviot, I told you already that I don't know anything at all. And if you want me to hold back that mob of ruffians in there, I'd best go in this minute. Damn witchcraft, all of it.
Jack.
Why? Why, my love?
I didn't, Jack. I told you. I swear I didn't.
The pistol, this pistol, Flora.
Look at my muff, Jack. Look at it. Do you think that if I'd fired through it, it wouldn't have been torn, burnt?
Yes, but where did the damnable thing come from? You didn't have it in the carriage?
I found it.
You found it?
Not 5 minutes ago while I was waiting for you in the corridor here. It was beneath that table there, pushed back, half out of sight. My eye suddenly caught it, and I picked it up.
But why? Why, my dear?
Because I recognize it. It's my own. Look there on the little plaque in the hilt. A.D. It was my husband's. We found it among his things after he died.
Then how did it get into this house, Flora?
That woman there, a month ago, Margaret Renfrew, When there were all the burglary scares in this part of town, she came to ask if Maria Cork could borrow it to protect herself, and I gave it to her.
And you have never seen it since?
Not till this moment. It was just lying there. I was going to pick it up, but just then Freddie Devitt and those others came up the stairs, that terrible Captain Hogben.
Did they see you?
No, I don't think so. They'd had more to drink. They went straight on into the ballroom.
So they're in there. Yes, and then, Flora?
And then I did pick it up. And I was standing looking at it in the lamplight, not understanding, Jack. And then I heard the door of Mariah's room, and you and that lame man came out. I heard you muttering together, and you said, I wouldn't be surprised if she knows something, and I thought you meant me.
Oh, Flora.
I was going to turn round and look at you, and just then she came out of the bedroom, Margaret Renfrew. And I felt a wind past my arms, somehow a sharp breath almost. And she fell. And I hid the pistol in my mouth.
And made me commit the gravest sin I could. At the beginning of my whole career. Because I saw you, and I suppressed the evidence, and I must go on suppressing it. Why did you hide it like that, Flora? Why, if you had nothing to fear?
Because it was still bound to be all my fault. When my husband was alive, everything was my fault, everything. And since he's dead, it's been worse. I can't do anything, not in this whole world, without people thinking ill of me. Well, look how they talk about us. And now even you have turned against me.
No, Flora, that isn't true.
It is true. That pistol had been fired already when I picked it up. I could tell that by the broken cartridge. And yet you still believe that it was me, or you would never question me like
Flora,
this.
I had to question you. I have my duty to do.
I hate your duty. I hate everything that has to do with this damnable work of yours. You've changed, Jack, terribly. You frightened me all night. And Maria Cork spoke the truth. There is witchcraft in it somewhere. I'm going home. I never want to see you again. Never.
Fire burn. And cauldron bubble.
So, the point of return, or of no return? It's at least certain that from this time forward, John Cheviot of the Metropolitan Police found the images from both his lives overlapping less and less frequently. Truly, he still remembered much from his old days, the 1960s, but he remembered with an increasing vagueness.
I had a flat, I remember. Somewhere in Baker Street. Or near Baker Street. I had a car. But what make? And what almost is a car? Could I describe it? To Lady Cork or to Flora? This bullet that I hold. This clear round leaden ball from Margaret Renfrew's heart. What did I read and study once in those other times of firearms and ballistics? What help is it all now? And as I do think of Flora, as I can never help but think of her, was I married in those other times? And if I was, and I go back someday.
Thus he pondered as he sat to breakfast in a Bond Street coffee room on the morning of October the 30th, 1829, with the long night of mystery over at last. His report had been written and sent to the Joint Commissioners, and again, for his sins, he had suppressed the evidence of Flora Drayton's hidden pistol because, he told himself, he believed in her innocence and that her story was true. And yet, for a man of his past or future record to have suppressed evidence at all...
Yes, there you are, Jack. I guess I'd find you in the old morning haunt.
Oh, Devitt.
What's wrong with the usual Freddie, eh? The way you always call a fellow.
I'm sorry, Freddie. I was thinking.
Trouble is, you're taking this confounded investigation of yours too serious. You knocked me all of a heap the way you questioned it all last night at Lady C's. Can a fellow sit down with a new peeler?
Of course. The difficulty was that only some of you let yourselves be questioned. The rest just walked out, like that friend of yours, Hogben.
No, Hogben ain't no friend of mine, Jack. No. He's too deuced insolent for my liking.
Breakfast, sir?
Oh, no, thanks, no. Pint of claret and a biscuit.
Very good, sir.
Deuced if I could face a dish of eggs like you, Jack. Not after a night like last.
Freddie, will you tell me something? Even if you think I ought to know the answer already.
Of course. Getting used to your new rum ways these times.
What is Vulcan?
Vulcan? Vulcans? Oh, gad, Jack, you must know that. You, above all people.
No, remember the way I asked you, Freddie. I have a reason. Come on now. Vulcans.
Well, the famous gaming house, don't you know, round in St. James's.
Oh, I see. Gaming house.
Really Palians, I'd.
Eh?
Roulette, you know.
And may one pledge things there?
Gad, where do you think my best gold watch is, eh? Oh, no, old Vulcan's got a full pawnbroker's license, of course. What else do you expect a fellow to do when he runs out of cash at the table?
And Vulcan himself, if there is such a one.
Oh, deuce, Jack, this is going too far. I've seen you talking to him yourself a dozen times. Big fellow, tries to dress like a gentleman. Mistresses all over the place. In spite of his ugliness and that glass eye of his.
Thank you, Freddie.
Your claret, sir.
Oh, thank you. Damn me, I need it.
Now, one thing else, Freddie. I understand that you've been spreading gossip about someone stealing Lady Cork's jewels.
Confound it, Jack.
Well, haven't you?
Well, no more than anyone else had. Gad, you talk as if I invented the rumour. All the fellas have been talking about it, Hogben and such.
I see. And have Hogben and such any views, I wonder, on another rumour that I've heard?
What?
That Miss Margaret Renfrew, the late Miss Margaret Renfrew, had a secret lover.
Now, look here, Jack.
Had she, Freddie?
Well, all the fellows said so, certainly.
Who is he?
Danny, it's just awkward, Jack.
Why?
Well, nobody rightly knows at all, you see, but some of them used to say that it was, well, you see.
And that's a third rumour that I've heard before, only this one can be scotched. I can tell you now, I can almost swear to you, that until last night, and to the best of my knowledge, I had never set eyes on Margaret Renfrew in my life.
Well, that's exactly what I've always said myself. Confounded she was never your sort. Not after Flo Drayton. No, you were always too discriminating, Jack. There was something damnable about Peg Renfrew. Something repulsive. For all those looks of hers. Did you ever hear what Ned Keane said when he looked at her? The actor fella?
Fire burn.
Yeah, the very thing. And he was right, you know. She was a kind of witch. I wouldn't have touched her myself with a barge pole. No, no. It needed somebody pretty dark himself. Whoever he was. Somebody like...
Your pardon, gentlemen. Your name, sir, I believe, is Cheviot.
Who the devil are you?
You may not be surprised when I tell you that I am here on behalf of my friend, Captain Hogben of the 1st Foot Guards. I myself am Lieutenant Wentworth of the 2nd Foot. There is my card.
And can Captain Hogben not speak for himself instead of standing there beside you like a ramrod?
Damn you, Cheviot.
You must be aware, sir, that it is not the custom. There is a certain code in these matters. Captain Hogben begs me to express his opinion that your behavior last night was of such an insulting kind as no gentleman can endure from another gentleman.
What other gentleman? Damn it, the fellow's no more than a peeler. He's lucky I consent to call him out at all.
In heaven's name, Hogben. I told you last night Jack Cheviot's the best shot in London.
I take leave to doubt that, Mr. Devitt. You may not have seen myself shoot of late.
I wonder if perhaps I have, Captain Hogben.
What do you mean, sir?
Gentlemen, the code. Well, Mr. Cheviot?
I take the utmost pleasure in accepting, Lieutenant Wentworth, on one condition.
Condition?
You must know Manton's famous shooting gallery in Davis Street. I've certainly heard of it myself. Very well. Before our formal meeting in the field, Captain Hogben and I shall try our hands against each other there. 6 shots each at the bull's-eyes for any wager that he cares to name.
What? 2 principals to practice together before a meeting? But the code,
To the deuce with the code, Wentworth. Did you say any wager, Cheviot?
I did, Hogben.
1,000 guineas?
Done.
And what odds do you give?
All odds. If you outshoot me at Manton's gallery, say at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I pay you 1,000 guineas on the spot. And we meet later in the field of death. If I outshoot you...
Well, then?
On your word as a British officer, Captain Hogben, you shall tell me all you know about the late Margaret Renfrew and how she may have met her death. And now, pray excuse me, gentlemen, if I rise and leave you. I have breakfasted most excellently and must set about my vulgar duties with my inferior superiors at Scotland Yard. I also have a code, Lieutenant Wentworth. Good day.
Well, 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 Mr. Cheviot, come in. Splendid, my dear fellow, simply splendid.
Your servant, Colonel Rowan. Mr. Maine, morning, Henley. Oh, and this other gentleman?
Oh, Mr. Cheviot, may I have the honour of making you known to Mr. Robert Peel, the Home Secretary?
Sir Robert.
Come, Mr. Cheviot, I've hardly succeeded to the baronetcy quite yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance.
And I to make yours, Mr. Cheviot. You won me over, sir. You got it.
Got it, Mr. Peel?
The position man, superintendent of the Home Division.
Mr. Peel has been much impressed by your report, Cheviot.
Best report I ever read. They sent you out on water. Theft of birdseed. And you proved like that it was a jewel robbery. There's only one thing missing in this report of yours. We were talking about it before you came in. Amen?
Indeed, sir. And it seemed to us quite paramount, Mr. Cheviot.
Well, Mr. Peel?
Who killed this woman, Margaret Renfrew? Eh? And how the devil was it done? Eh?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid I can't yet tell you.
Tush, Mr. Cheviot, when you know all else.
I must beg you to believe, Mr. Peel, that if I had known the answer to that problem, it would have appeared on my report. Have you seen my sketch plan of the upstairs passage where the crime was committed?
Of course I have. I even know the place myself from my visits to the old lady.
Very well, then, sir. And you must know from my transcription of what the surgeon told me that the bullet which killed Miss Margaret Renfrew was fired in a dead straight line. This very bullet here, Colonel Rowan, which I now hand to you as evidence.
Deuce. Well, sir, you mean, I suppose, that the pistol couldn't have been fired from either the ballroom or the bedroom that the woman came out of?
Precisely. Leaving surely only one alternative.
Oh, what's this? Don't tell me that you've solved it yourself, Maine.
Perhaps I would hardly go so far as to claim that, sir. But at least it's plain that the bullet was fired in that dead straight line that Mr. Cheviot mentioned. In other words, from somewhere very near the place where you and Henley were standing, Cheviot. You allow it?
Apparently, yes.
We must grant that neither you nor Henley is guilty. You'd have seen each other.
And we'd have heard the shot if it was so close to us, Mr. Maine, if you'll forgive me.
But surely the music, eh?
I beg your pardon, Colonel. There was also the question of no smoke, nor any smell of powder. And in any case, no possible weapon of this century could have exploded at such close quarters without our hearing it against a small string orchestra. Silencers have hardly yet been invented.
Confound it, sir. What other century are we talking about with this work? And what in glory is a silence?
I'm sorry, Sir Robert.
And don't call me Sir Robert, confound you. Have you second sight or something?
I wish to heaven I had, sir. I even ought to have. There is only one thing that I can presume to tell you.
Well?
Who the murderer is.
Mr. Cheviot. Be silent, Henley. What do you mean, Cheviot? Who then?
As I have suggested in my report, sir. Margaret Renfrew's secret lover.
Tush, of course you've said it in a report, but what's his name, man?
I can only give you a description, Mr. Peel, from the evidence assembled. He is a man of good presence and physically attractive to women. Possibly rather older than she was, although it may only have been a blind when she told me that she preferred such men.
Like herself, for instance, Cheviot?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Maine. Pray let me continue. Margaret Renfrew was a woman of some passion, Mr. Peel. Although outwardly cold and imperious, she was proud. She raged constantly against her position as a poor relation, although she attempted not to show it.
So then?
When a woman like that falls in love, she is apt to explode like a cannon. According to Lady Cork, she does fall in love, although she tries to hide it. She is so passionately in love, or in lust, if you prefer the term, that she lies for this unknown man she has met. She steals jewels for him, so that he can pledge them to gamble at Vulcan's. And so that is one more thing we know about him, sir, that he is a heavy gambler.
Well, at least you reason well again, Cheviot. A gambler, eh?
And again, like Mr. Cheviot himself, perhaps, as we know from our report on him.
What precisely do you mean, Mr. Maine?
Among the many motives for murder, there is, surely, jealousy. And if we return to the crime itself, gentlemen, we find that there was someone else in the fatal corridor besides Henley and Mr. Cheviot, and standing directly behind Miss Renfrew.
Lady Drake.
Precisely. Mr. Cheviot, why are you shielding her?
In heaven's name, sir!
Answer my question, Mr. Cheviot. It's apparent in every hidden line of this famous report of yours. You mention her as little as possible, although she was present throughout. And there is one thing else, sir. Lady Drayton was wearing a muff last night, and you must know as well as I that in this century, Mr. Cheviot, ladies are accustomed to defend themselves in our troubled streets by carrying a pocket pistol in a muff.
Come now, Maine. Confound it, I know Flora Drayton well. I know her husband. She'd surely never do a thing like that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maine, it is a pity if our association should be in danger of beginning in a quarrel.
Oh, my dear fellow, nothing could be further from my wishes. I admit that I have no fragment of evidence. I merely wish to point out that the task of crime detection is perhaps rather more complex than you had blithely supposed.
I am well aware of its complexities, Mr. Maine, very well. And there is plainly only one way by which a real quarrel between us can be avoided.
What do you mean, Cheviot?
By bringing before you in this very room, and within 48 hours, the true murderer of Margaret Renfrew. Colonel Rowan, have you two officers in your force who are above the usual in intelligence?
Eh? Oh, well, there's Sergeant Bulmer, of course, and old Seagrave, maybe.
With your permission, I shall spend the rest of the day with them. And some others from the rank and file who'll obey close orders. And tonight, I shall visit the one place in London where evidence can perhaps be found, Mr. Maine. Real evidence.
And that is, Mr. Cheviot?
Vulcan's gaming house in St. James's. And even confront the great Vulcan himself, no doubt. Glass eye and all. Your servant, Sir Robert.
Mr. Cheviot, my dear Mr. Cheviot, your eternal son, sir.
Mr. Vulcan?
But of course you will have your jest, Mr. Cheviot. You speak as though we never met.
Perhaps we haven't, my friend. On the present footing, at least. To tell the truth, I've been rather hoping that you might encounter tonight, Vulcan.
And why not, pray, when it is my devoted custom to perambulate my humble rooms and welcome my more distinguished guests in person. When I saw you among them, Mr. Cheviot, what else should I do but rush to greet you?
Oh, it is hardly a rush. Surely I've been here for some time.
Ah, then you must blame this unfortunate eye of mine, my good Mr. Cheviot. I have this moment spotted you, as the vulgar would say.
As the vulgar has just said, my good Mr. Vulcan. And I have reason to believe that you knew very well that I might visit you tonight, and even in what capacity.
May I inquire what you may mean?
Simply that your rooms here seem curiously full of blacklead.
Oh, come, Mr. Cheviot, how one abhors such crude vernacular expression.
You're paid hirelings, then, brought in from every filthy alleyway in London to protect you in the event of any trouble, and to help you dupe the poor devils who come to the great Vulcans in the hope of some honest play.
Dupe, Mr. Cheviot?
I had a most interesting and instructive time of it, Vulcan, until you condescended to spot me. I played quite considerably at your roulette table there, and twice was clumsy enough as to drop my counters on the floor. They fell close to the croupier's foot.
Indeed, sir. Shall we go elsewhere, perhaps? Somewhere quieter, where we might talk?
It would suit me admirably. I have, as it happens, a proposition to put to you.
My private chambers are at the top of those stairs and along the gallery. After you, Mr. Cheviot.
Thank you. Incidentally, Vulcan, as a matter of curiosity, how did you get your name? It isn't your own, I take it.
Oh, shall we say it has become so through usage, Mr. Cheviot? In its origins as a sobriquet, it derives from mythology.
Indeed.
You may recollect that the first king of the underworld, the first Vulcan, was married to Venus, the goddess of love and beauty. One day he found her in a somewhat embarrassing position with young Mars, the god of war.
Well?
I was roughly in the same impasse at one time in my career. I also had a goddess of love and beauty. I've indeed had several. They're a weakness of mine. It's curious, is it not, how some men seem to have a strange power over women, even men with such few natural advantages as I.
I think I know one.
Do you? However, to return to my tale, the Mars in my case was a young army officer. He gave me some pleasure and earned me my nickname to throw him out of the bedroom window 2 stories up, glass and all. Will you walk into my parlour, Mr. Cheviot?
Thank you, Mr. Fly.
And now, sir, what do you want of me?
The name of a murderer.
Huh?
The murderer of Margaret Renfrew, who stole jewels for him from Lady Cork. At least one of which, a ruby brooch in the shape of a ship, is known to have been pledged here.
My dear sir, it distresses a gentleman to say so, but I have a fully legal pawnbroker's license.
And therefore keep records of your transactions in those ledgers on the desk there, perhaps, and the jewels themselves in that wall safe?
Well, if so...
I told you that I wanted his name, Vulcan.
In exchange for what, Mr. Cheviot?
You know as well as I that your gaming rooms out there are illegal. Do you never fear a raid from the new police?
Ah, the new police? What raid? The moment one was planned, I'd know it.
So I can well concede.
The instant they were on their way, the iron door down there would be closed. 4 inches of iron, Mr. Cheviot. And by the time they broke through, there would not be one single trace of gambling in these old premises.
Not even under the floor?
What do you mean?
My final card, Vulcan, or almost my final card. Enough to turn your noble patrons against you as well as the police. Your roulette tables are rigged.
Rigged?
The mechanism is very simple. The croupier's right foot controls a series of small buttons under the carpet. I saw him operate them when I dropped my counters. A very slight pressure sets in motion a group of coiled springs controlled by compressed air. The wheel is tilted, oh, so delicately, not even remotely noticeable. But the ball falls just where the croupier wants it to fall.
By heaven, Mr.
Wait, Vulcan. There's more. You may have fortified your front door down there, but like many another householder, you've forgotten the back one.
What?
Your impregnable private office, Vulcan, with a window there that looks out over 2 sloping rooftops. I studied it well as I came for a stroll in this direction earlier this evening. And at this very moment, waiting for my signal, there are 2 stout sergeants of the Metropolitan Police on those rooftops and a dozen eager constables.
You damnable peeler, you'll never reach that window. I'm bigger than you are and stronger.
I don't doubt it. But you may not in your day and age have heard of judo, my good Vulcan. Will you come on, sir? Bulmer! Seagrave!
Already in, Waitrin. Glory be. What in the name of the great Harry have you done to old Vulcan there?
With any luck, I've only knocked him unconscious. I don't want to have broken his neck entirely. One of you fellows had better look to him.
Oh, you're a man and a half, you are, Mr. Cheviot. It is a pleasure to have you on the force. What's the plan, sir?
I want those ledgers and the jewels in that wall safe. Give me your Jenny, Seagrave.
Right here, sir.
And then we're outside there, men. And we smash Vulcan's gaming house to atomies!
And that's no more than a handful. And all the blazing blacklegs he'll have waiting for us.
The minute we're out, I'm going to tear up the roulette table and show those Piccadilly yokels how they've been tricked for years. They'll be with us to a man against all the blacklegs in the world. Come on, men. Let's get it over with quickly. I've an appointment with a lady. Come on!
Oh, follow me. Right behind you.
Jack.
Will you forgive me, Flora?
No, my love. It's I to be forgiven. I didn't mean a word of it. I've been so miserable waiting for you all day and all night. Why didn't you come?
To tell truth, my dear, I'd forgotten where you lived.
Oh, Jack. And besides, I dare say there was your famous duty.
Yes, my duty.
If I'm honest, my dear, there's so much that I don't understand. Since last night when I saw you at Scotland Yard when you'd struck your head in your hackney. Sometimes you might almost be a man from another world, Jack. That was why I was so wild at Maria Cork's. You frightened me and I ran away. And I've spent the whole wretched day reading foolish books with only half my mind on them. Jack, you never did think that I killed Peg Renfrew, did you?
Never. Never, Flora. There was a moment's panic when I saw you with a pistol. But I knew in my heart you hadn't. And now I can almost prove you didn't, no matter what anyone may say.
Do you fear what anyone may say?
Yes, I do.
But, Jack, you said that you could prove...
I said that I could almost prove because I know who did kill Margaret Renfrew.
Jack!
I think I almost guessed it last night without knowing I had. I certainly knew it this morning, and tonight I found confirmation.
Ooh.
What I do not know is how, Flora. And yet I had a glimmer of that too tonight. But it's not possible. It's not possible. It's out of the wrong time.
Time? Oh, Jack, my darling, what is it? Why do you stand there in the shadows? Come forward to the light.
No, Flora, please.
You must, Jack. You frighten me again. You look so strange, as if...
Fire burn and cauldron bubble. We said it once of someone else. But if Edward Keane had looked at me, perhaps... Very well, Flora. There.
Jack, you're hurt. There's blood on your cheek. Your clothes are torn.
It was the only reason I didn't come into the light before. It's nothing, Flora, nothing at all. It's only a scratch. But when one of Vulcan's blacklegs did manage to fetch me that one blow...
Blacklegs? Jack, you were fighting...
It was as if things had almost slipped back for a moment. And I realized...
You must let me bathe in my love. I'll ring Miriam for warm water.
No, please, Flora. I swear it's nothing. Come and sit with me for a minute. Give me your hand. There's something I must say. Flora, long ago in some book, I read an account of an impossible crime. A woman was shot in a broad corridor of fringed lamps. She died before the eyes of 3 witnesses.
But this was last night, Jack. Margaret Renfrew.
Wait, my dear, wait. In the account I read, no names were given, and there was no mention of any solution, but it seems that, for a time at least, and in official quarters, there was grave suspicion of one of those witnesses, the woman.
Jack.
And yet, the more I read, the more I felt somehow that I knew that corridor, and that in some way I could solve that mystery and save the woman from her danger if I could somehow bridge the time.
Why do you talk of time? You've said it twice.
Listen, my love. It's long past midnight, October the 31st, 1829. All Hallows Eve. And there is witchcraft in it somewhere. Real witchcraft. You said a moment ago that I seemed like a man out of another world. And perhaps that was truer than you knew. Perhaps at some hour soon, and even in some hour of victory...
Jack! Someone at this time.
Are you expecting anyone?
Nobody. I'll have them sent away. There must be nothing to take you from me tonight, Jack.
No, not tonight, my dear. Not yet. It was why I came. Whoever it is...
Beg pardon, Ma'am. My lady
Out of my way, Gil. To the deuce of the formalities this time of the morning.
Maria!
Aye, so it is, Flo Drayton. Out of my bed at this hour, huh? But I've been a-dining with me old acquaintance John Wilson Crocker and a parcel of other red-behind Tories, and I heard some gossip there. How do you do, George Chevier's son?
Your servant, Lady Cork.
Oh, as blood I hope you are. I guess I'd find you here. It was why I came, to lick your wounds, eh?
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Nonsense, of course you don't. Stop standing fiddling at the table with that deuce book, whatever it is, and tell me the truth. Did you get them, boy?
Maria, I don't understand.
No more do I yet, but the gossip I did hear was Superintendent George Chevier's son with a pack of peelers bobbed up like a flash of magic at Vulcan's tonight. Well, my lad.
Madam, I confess. You're well informed, and rapidly for this day and age.
Jack, the fight.
Never mind the fight, Gil. Though I'm told it was a fine one enough, with every gambler in the place joining in with the peelers against Vulcan's mob. The point is, did you get it, George Chevier's son?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my brooch, eh? Like the ship.
The others, too, my lady. In my kerchief here. Do you recognize them?
Heaven bless you, boy. It was a gift, you see. First I had. Can I take it?
Will you tell me something? If I was right about Miss Renfrew stealing them.
Aye, you were. I never wanted to say it, but it can do no harm now. I saw her. I even saw her at those poor cages of mine in the middle of the night once.
And yet you wouldn't accuse her.
Damn me, it wasn't for herself, boy. The girl was bewitched by that man of hers, whoever he is. That's why she did it. I reckon that if I wrote to Charlie Rowan about the bird seed, it'd frighten her, bring her back to her senses. Never counted on you coming in and stop fiddling with that book, I say.
Madam, I will require you to make an official statement of what you just told me. If you...
Flora! This book!
The book?
What is it? What in heaven's name is it doing here?
But it's only something I was reading, some horrid account of some crime. I laid it open at that place when you came in.
I should have known. Oh, I should have known. The murder of William Weir, London, 1824. The final link.
What the devil are you talking about?
I told them 8 and 40 hours. I told Peel himself, and I'll do it in almost half. One more task, Flora. Only one.
Jack.
No, never fear, my love. Not tonight. Not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in Manton's Gallery in Davis Street. And after that, the truth. But till then, I'm yours. And I call on Lady Cork to witness it.
Oh, blood. Oh, what next? At my age. Oh.
Well, Manton, did you get my note?
Everything ready for you, Mr. Cheviot. Pistols on the firing shelf there, targets on the wall. 6 pistols each, 6 targets each. Bullseyes on wafers at 36 pace.
Excellent. It was good fortune that I'd read about this famous shooting gallery and gun shop of your father's, Manton.
Come, I only read about it, Mr. Cheviot. You're one of our best regulars.
Of course. No sign of my opponent and the others, Wentworth and Devitt?
No, not yet, sir, but it's barely quite 9. Would you care for some refreshment while you wait?
Thank you, no. Manton, look here. This book. The Murder of William Weir. This passage in it.
Yes, sir?
Read that. Those few lines there. Well?
Well, what, Mr. Cheviot? Plain enough, I'd say.
But the weapon. The weapon, man. I was stupid enough to think it hadn't been invented.
Not invented, bless you, Mr. Cheviot. We've had one in the shop for years and years. Well, you can see it in the window now, through the arch there. In the corner, do you see? Look exactly like a...
Wait, the others.
Morning, Jack. Gad, you're up bright and early.
Only eager to get it over, Freddie. I've much to do today. Good morning, Wentworth.
Morning.
Well, Hogben?
Well yourself, fellow. Have you your 1,000 ready?
You'll have them if you earn them. You'll see that Manton has everything prepared, Lieutenant. 6 bulls apiece at shoulder level. Shall we toss a coin for the first chance?
Damme, you're in a hurry, aren't you?
I've already said that I have much to do today, Captain Hogben.
Such as making your will, eh? We've still to meet in the field, even after I've beaten you here, remember?
Please, Hogben. Have you a coin, Mr. Devitt?
All ready? Right. What do you call, Captain?
Head.
It's tails. What's your will, Mr. Cheviot?
Let him shoot first.
Stand back, Manton. Give a man space. Now, fellow.
Phew. 2 bulls, 3 near misses, 3rd shot a complete miss. First-class shooting, Hogben.
Beat that fellow, if you can.
Your servant, Captain Hogben.
By gad, sir.
Manton, I'd be obliged if you'd let me have one of those flattened balls from the floor there as a souvenir.
Mr. Cheviot, I've never seen such shooting in my life, sir. Captain Hogben has asked me to state that as the original challenger, he has chosen the time of your meeting for 5 o'clock this afternoon by the imitation Greek temple near Vauxhall Gardens. Mr. Devitt knows the place. But in the meantime, under the terms of your wager, Captain Hogben has to give you certain information about Miss Margaret Renfrew.
I'm damned if I will.
What? In heaven's name, Hogben.
I said I'm damned if I will, Wentworth. Ain't that clear enough?
But your word as an officer.
No officer need keep his word to a filthy peeler. The only further business that I have with Cheviot is to shoot him dead at 5 o'clock. And I'm deuced if I don't wear gloves on my pistol hand even then. Good day. And to the devil with all of you. Whatted, by Jove.
Mr. Cheviot, my humblest apology.
You're very good, Lieutenant, but as it happens, the information is no longer necessary to me. This merely means that I am more eager than ever to meet that insolent young scoundrel on the field.
If I were you, sir, I would forego that meeting.
What? Oh, confound it,
Let me speak, Devitt. After Hogben's recent conduct, Mr. Cheviot, I consider myself absolved from any trust he may have put in me. The fellow never did play fair, and he won't now.
Meaning, Lieutenant?
That he has no intention of attending the meeting himself, and that he chose the site at such a distance so as to have you out of the way while he seeks to destroy you in some other manner.
Indeed. What other manner?
Just before 5 o'clock this afternoon, Captain Hogben intends to visit Scotland Yard to see Mr. Maine and Colonel Rowan. I believe that he has even arranged for Mr. Peel himself to be present. He intends to swear an affidavit that on the night of Miss Margaret Renfrew's murder, he saw Lady Drayton fire a shot and conceal the pistol in her hand-mouth, and you thereafter take it from her.
The door of the ballroom. The open door.
I know nothing of the details, sir. These only are the facts.
Very well. Very well, Captain Hogben. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, we'll see. Fire burn and cauldron bubble.
So, Then, Captain Hogben, you are fully prepared to sign this statement that you have made, and of which 2 fair copies are now prepared by our clerk?
I am.
You must be very sure, Captain. Both Colonel Rowan and I are magistrates, and this is a deposition under oath.
Confound it, Maine. I said so, didn't I? I tell you, I saw her shoot.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all, Maine. Not Flora Drayton.
We none of us like it, Mr. Peel. Least of all, Mr. Chevier's suppression of vital evidence. But I did hint yesterday.
Excuse me, Mr. Maine, but this passage here about Mr. Cheviot taking the pistol, sir.
Well, Henley?
After all, I was there myself, sir. Surely I'd have seen it.
When your back was turned, fellow. Why do you think Cheviot sent you to shut the ballroom door? Damn it, I'd barely time to get away from the crack before you did shut it. But all the same, I saw it all, I tell you. That woman killed Peg Renfrew.
Go on with your writing, Henley.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, Mr. Peel, I may only have been making the wildest of guesses, but today, with this new evidence, every one has been confirmed.
And today you are still wrong, Mr. Maine.
Gad, Cheviot.
As always at your service, gentlemen, and accompanied, you perceive, by the innocent cause of this distinguished gathering.
Lady Drayton.
Mr. Peel. No, pray be seated, gentlemen.
Confound you, Cheviot. I thought...
You thought you had me safely disposed of. While you made your damnable accusations, while you tried to hurt me in the one way you knew would most affect me. Have you made them?
Very well. I have, damn you. And I'll repeat them now that you're here. That woman is the murderess.
Mr. Cheviot...
Wait, Henley, your turn to speak will come. Sergeant Bulmer, Seagrave.
Present, sir.
You can come in and close the door, Sergeant. Are you armed?
Yes, sir.
Hold your pistol in readiness. You too, Seagrave.
Yes,
It may
sir.
be required.
Mr. Cheviot, I hardly know the meaning of these high-minded actions of yours in my office, but a serious accusation has been
Which
made.
I repeat is false. Captain Hogben is perjured.
By the law!
Be silent, Hogben! You have just accused Lady Drayton and Mr. Cheviot of a conspiracy to do murder. Pending further notice, Mr. Cheviot is still the superintendent of this division of my police force. He is entitled to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Peel.
Do you seriously deny, Cheviot, that Lady Drayton had a pistol in her muff that night?
No, sir. Only that she fired it. And as to the pistol itself, here it is, exactly as it was found.
The deuce.
Colonel Rowan, you already have the bullet which was taken from Margaret Renfrew's heart. Will you pass it to Mr. Maine, so that he may try to fit it into the muzzle of that pistol, as I have tried myself a dozen times?
Jack.
Shh, quiet. Quiet, my love. Well, Mr. Maine.
This won't do. The bullet's much too large.
Thank you.
Confound it, let me see. Push him over, Henley.
Yes, sir.
Once again, I appear to be rather hasty, Mr. Cheviot. Mark you, this doesn't in any way lessen the charge against you of suppressing evidence.
The evidence was temporarily withheld, only because it would have obscured the truth, sir. As it has now. Well, Colonel Rowan?
The thing's impossible. Not only was this bullet never fired from Lady Drayton's pistol, it was never fired from any weapon at all.
Oh, yes, it was.
Mr. Cheviot, I think I know something of firearms. This bullet is clear and smooth, unblackened by powder burns. Any bullet fired from any pistol is crusted black with powder grains in the soft lead before it leaves the muzzle.
I have one here in my hand as proof of that, Colonel. Fired in Manton's gallery this very morning. Burnt black, do you see, on the unflattened side? But it is not so with every weapon.
You mean?
Permit me, gentlemen, to draw your attention to some passages in this book which confirm certain ideas I'd formed after seeing the pneumatic cylinders concealed in Vulcan's roulette tables. It is called, you perceive, The Murder of William Weir, published here in London in 1824. 5 years ago, or just over 130, a rogue called Thurtle, after killing this man, William Weir, had to kill another man named Wood by shooting him through the heart. And I quote, gentlemen, by shooting him through the heart with an air gun.
An air gun?
Oh, I was the one who thought they hadn't been invented, Mr. Peel. But listen again. This is what an air gun of your period looked like, and I still quote, listen. The air gun resembled a knotted walking stick. What? A knotted walking stick. It was let off by merely pressing one of the knots with a finger, and the only noise was a slight whiz, scarcely perceptible to anyone who might be on the spot. There was no smoke, no smell of powder, gentlemen, and that slight whiz was drowned by the dance music. The shot was fired in a direct line. With my own eyes, I saw the murderer lift the weapon to destroy his mistress when I thought he meant only to point at her. And Lady Drayton heard the whistle of the bullet past her arm. The murderer, gentlemen, is your own chief clerk, Mr. Alan Henley.
Boy,
Hold him! Oh, yes, gentlemen. And you've seen that black stick of his 1,000 times.
You must have noticed that I did the first time I met him, that Mr. Henley has much virile charm for all his lack of natural advantages. Like Vulcan, whom as a type he closely resembles, and who even boasted of his conquests.
But good Lord, Cheviot, do you mean that this Renfrew woman would pick up with a fellow like that? A clerk? Maria Cork's companion?
She was a woman of passion, sir. We all know that. And yet there was a curious repulsiveness in her. Everyone who met her noticed it. Where else would she find gratification but in such an older man with experience? As she once even said herself.
Damn you, Mr. Cheviot!
Damn you, Henley! As you will be damned. Very well, he shot her. Because she still had her pride. In her heart, when the lust died, she despised herself for this relationship with a man so far beneath her. She'd stolen for him. Lady Cork is willing to testify that she actually saw her do it. The jewels went to his friend Vulcan. And if you need proof of that, you'll find his name against every article in question in Vulcan's ledgers. And she stole something else for him, too, heaven forgive him.
What?
That pistol of Lady Drayton's. He knew he had to kill his mistress someday. He was afraid that her pride would make her confess everything. Even if he did it with an air gun, he would need a dummy weapon and a suspect. It was Margaret Renfrew who borrowed that pistol, ostensibly for Lady Cork, but in reality for Henley. On the night of the ball, he knew that discovery might be near. Recollect that he reached the house before I did. He had a chance of a word with Margaret Renfrew. Perhaps she told him she could bear it no longer, and that she was going to confess. He had time to discharge that pistol in secret somewhere, perhaps in the garden, and then hide it in the corridor, where Lady Drayton later found it and picked it up. And then he came down, all smiles, to greet us both.
And would Renfrew have confessed?
I'm certain of it. I saw it in her face that night. If you had seen the way she looked at him, as he took the notes in shorthand, the man she had loved once and whom she now despised. She was on the very point. And he knew it. He heard me say that I wanted another word with her, and he killed her in the nick of time before my very eyes.
It's damnable. The whole thing's damnable.
The man you trusted, gentlemen, and look at him there, with not a word of denial. The man who gave all your secrets to his friend Vulcan, apart from all else. To such an extent that Vulcan never feared a raid and even knew of my visit last night and was prepared with his blacklegs because Henley had warned him. Very well, gentlemen, I've cleared Lady Drayton's name, and I found you your murderer within my 48 hours. But there is still one further account to be settled, not with Henley this time. He'll suffer enough. I mean with that man there, Captain Hogben. He has sworn and is perjured. It was done in malice aforethought before a magistrate, and the penalty for that in this day and age...
Wait. By the Lord, Cheviot, I've had enough from you. I said I'd put a bullet in you tonight, and so I will. All Hallows Eve.
Look out, sir, he's got a gun.
To the devil with you, John Cheviot.
Jack! Jack! Oh, my darling! Jack! Jack!
Mr. Cheviot. Mr. Cheviot, sir. Mr. Cheviot. It's me, sir. Sergeant Boyce, night duty room at the yard, sir.
Boys? Oh, my head. My head.
There we are, sir. That's better now. You had a nasty knock, sir. The taxi driver skidded.
How the blazes could I help that, eh? Blasted foggy night like this.
Boys, I didn't dream it. I swear I didn't.
No, of course you didn't, Mr. Cheviot. You're all right now, eh? Just a knock. By the way, your wife phoned half an hour ago. Said she'd come to pick you up and take you home in the car. She's inside now, waiting. Better not say anything to frighten her about the knock, eh?
I didn't dream it, boys. I know I didn't. I solved the murder. And Bulmer shot Hogben. I saw him after Hogben shot me, just before the blackness came.
Now listen,
no, look. Here's evidence. This bullet in my hand from Manton's gallery. I said I'd keep it as a souvenir. It's still in my hand, boys. Look!
Yes, so I see, sir. Little bit of lead, eh? All flattened, kind of. Where did you pick that up, eh?
If only she...
Quiet, sir. Here's Mrs. Cheviot now. Don't frighten her.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Flora.
A word to the curious. In the story of Fire Burn, all the places actually existed. Mr. Main and Colonel Rowan were real people, as also, of course, were Lady Cork and Mr. Peel, later Sir Robert. Even the odd Mr. Vulcan kept his crooked gaming house in St. James's. But above all, Mr. Henley's air gun existed. The book quoted by Superintendent Cheviot was indeed published in 1824. Such weapons, in fact, taking up to as many as 16 charges in one loading, were known long before that. One was almost certainly used in an attempt to assassinate King George IV in the year 1820. Fire burn and cauldron bubble. Good night.
That was Gladys Young as Lady Cork, Richard Handel as Superintendent John Cheviot, and June Tobin as Flora Drayton, in a new production of Fire Burn, a play by John Keir Cross from the novel by John Dixon Carr, with Norman Shelley as Vulcan and Austin Trevor as the presenter, David March as Captain Hogben, John Ruddock as Colonel Rowan, James Thomason as Mr. Richard Main, John Graham as Mr. Alan Henley, Gudrun Ure as Margaret Renfrew, Norman Claridge as Mr. Robert Peel, Charles Hodgson as Freddie Devitt, Michael Deacon as Lieutenant Wentworth, John Baddeley as Manton and Sergeant Boyce, Timothy West as Sergeant Bulmer. Other parts played by Joe Manning Wilson and Andrew Sachs. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Audrey Cameron.
The Girl Who Didn't Want to Be, by Frederick Bradnam, with Simon Cadell, Joanna David, Christopher Benjamin, and Angela Pleasance.
I do wish they'd do their practice with handbells and at the other end of the village. Can't, can they, though? Dong, dong, I go on too long. I was a poet. I'd write a nice poem called Summer Evening in the Chancel. Well, probably Betjeman already has. Starts, the vicar's wife was arranging flowers and thinking of her suburban girlhood. Was I? Oh, Lord, somebody come to see. Is Tim there? Well, I hope not, because he can be ours and I'm getting hungry. Sneak a look. Oh, he's there. A lone visitor, not a coach load. Oh, thank you, Lord. Good-looking old chap. Tanned by a sun not English. Looking at the crowns with scrutiny. Inquiry, yes. Now he's found the one he wants, I'm sure. Oh, here cometh Tim. Now, don't be long, please, Reverend Timothy Turner.
Good evening. Do you know about the crowns up there? Virgin crowns. Unique to this church, you know. People come from far and wide to see them. If a person is born, baptized, and dies in the parish above the age of puberty, 14, actually, and is a virgin, then the next of kin can ask for a virgin crown. With a sort of calling of the band, so that if anyone wants to object, they can. To the giving of the crown, that is. When granted, the crown is placed high on the nave wall, as you can see, with the details beneath it. There's a short ceremony and...
that one. I knew her. She shouldn't be up there. Good evening, Vicar.
Ah. Good evening. Extraordinary fellow.
I was listening.
No, hello, darling.
Well, which crown did he mean?
No, he pointed to that one. Margaret Joan Bell, 1920 to 1938.
We've always said, haven't we, that there are some up there who probably ought not to be.
She was 18. I suppose that some girls were promiscuous in 1938. I mean, at her age.
Oh, for sure, darling. As in 1838. Well, some girls are, always.
Yes. It is mentioned in the Bible. Margaret Joan Bell, 1920 to 1938. Short life. so long ago.
Within living memory. I wonder how she died.
Perhaps our verger would know.
A lot of what Harold Thorpe knows he keeps to himself, as you well know.
I think he finds me too young to be a vicar.
Well, at 32 you are.
You wait until you reach 30, wife. Then you'll know how age suddenly descends. Actually, old Harold is giving out a bit now. We've done nothing terrible. We've been here a year, so he's prepared to accept it.
He's accepted me? Oh, yes, he has, and it's not easy to see, but he has.
I know. You can be very nice. And sexy. I'm hungry. Let's leave the bell thrashers to lock up and go and feed our faces,
Nice today, Vicar. Getting dark. Still warm, though. You staying?
Yeah, for a moment, Harold.
Good place to think in is a church. For a clergyman, it is.
Do I look as if I want to think?
Brood on something, anyway.
How many visited us today?
There's 5 names in the book.
A couple of days ago, there was a man who didn't put his name in.
Well, some don't want to, some forget, and some can't write. I'll leave you to lock up then, Vicar. Good night to you.
Good night, Harold. Father, hear me. What is it? I mean, this is my calling. I'm contented. I have a wife I love, who loves me. Fine church, interesting parish, beautiful countryside. But is it all too cushy? This last week, my soul's been troubled. I haven't a clue. I have searched to find. There's a restlessness. I wake at dawn feeling as if something has to be done, or something is wrong in the doing. Hello? Who's that? I'll put the lights on. I'm here. Do you see me now? Where the Lord are you? I'm here. This is ridiculous. Now, look, listen. I mean, whoever you are and wherever you are, please stop playing this silly game.
Hello? Hello?
I'm sorry. What do you want? Hello and goodbye. Well, I think this is some sort of trick. Well, go on. If you... How did you get in? And if you've gone, how did you get out? Hello? Hello? Tom? Are you there? Not a dicky bird. No, there was no one anywhere, Pam. No, not a dicky bird. Anywhere.
And all she said was hello?
That's all. From the rafters at one moment, behind my back the next. Hello. I'm going to open another bottle of wine. My nerves are not what they were.
You hadn't been at the communion wine before, had you? Or at the pub's strong ale?
The communion wine you need to lace with LSD. Now I come to think of it, it was exactly like an hallucination. Voice in the head. Perhaps I'm on my way to a sainthood. Cheers.
With an awful long way to go, and you might pour me a glass.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if I can levitate or something.
Or something. Or somebody was playing a trick.
I know. A nasty, dirty trick.
I don't know why, do you?
Oh, just for a lark. Wonder how. Tomorrow I'll look for the wires.
Wires? Oh, you mean loudspeakers hidden away?
Something like it. Must be. Have a word with Harold also.
No, it doesn't sound like a Harold trick.
Ha-ha. That he'd know about the wiring, wouldn't he? As the Virgin.
I suppose he would. Ask him also if he knew the Bell girl.
Bell girl?
Was she of the Virgin Crown, Margaret Joan?
Yes, an idea. I hope he wasn't one of her chaps.
Ask him, tactful-like. Did you have a Harold?
I will, shall. You know me. I think I want my bed.
Oh, poor darling. Up you go. I'll join you in a sec.
All she would say was hello. Or even hello, Vicar. Hello, sailor.
I think you'd better go to bed.
Morning, Mr. Turner. Fine day?
Morning, Harold. What birdie is that, for heaven's sake?
It's a blue crow, Vicar. A roller. Pretty rare immigrant. Not a nice voice, though, is it? Goes through you, don't it?
Yes.
Friendly chap.
Talking of friends, a man was in the church the other day, a visitor, who seemed to have been a friend of one of the Virgin Crowns.
Was he?
He said he knew her. She died in 1938. Margaret Joan Bell.
Behind you.
What?
That's her grave.
Oh.
I'll tidy it this week. Her family left soon after she was put down, and then the war.
Our beloved daughter who will always remain a pure young girl. I really must get to know the tombstones, you know, Harold.
I shouldn't bother, Vicar. They're a dreary lot. Nothing mytho-poetic. All vulgarian, come to that.
Oh, I see. Well, can't expect everything, eh? The chap who knew the Bell girl seemed to suggest that her Virgin Crown was a sort of false pretenses.
Did he know?
I haven't heard things about him.
Not for years, obviously. Her family didn't like the talk.
So they packed their bags. I take it that nobody objected to the Crown at the time.
There wasn't a dicky bird, Vicar. Now, I'd best be getting on with things.
Yes. One thing, has the church ever been wired for loudspeakers?
No. No reason. It was rewired for the usual electrics in 1961.
Well, don't worry, I'm not thinking of using loudspeakers. The insurance wanted to know, that's all.
Well, the insurance wants to know more than is good for them at times. You going in the church now, Vicar?
No, I'll be on my rounds. I'll have a look in the church later this evening. For the insurance. Leave the ladder there, will you? Right. Here we go, my lad. Perhaps this mucking around in an empty church can go to the head. I talk aloud to myself already, quite happily. Last vicar was balmy. Here we are. No sign of wiring or speakers anywhere. Not Dicky Bird. I must stop saying Dicky Bird. Was Harold using it sarcastically? Probably. Did he believe the lie about the insurance? No. No, I'm a bad liar. Which, after all, in my profession is a recommendation. Better get down. No, I'll stay up here and wait. Above the crowns, underneath the rafters. Who would think of looking for a vicar up here, even a balmy one? Now, come on, girl. It's almost exactly the same time that you said hello a week ago. And from here, I'll see how you get in. It's quite a decent view over the altar. I must see the row. I suppose Harold gets up here quite often. Clean windows. Come on, girl. Not a dicky. Nothing. No sound. A motorcycle. Much too fast. That's what an elephant thinking. Let's get to the crash. Oh, God! God, you don't. Really, hurt. Oh, my God. I'm on my way! I must have been on the pillion. The chap was driving. Perhaps she was driving, eh? Where are they? Where was it? It must have been here. Master. It's not a dicky bit. Nothing. Quiet cut. Oh, here comes a car. Well, that was real enough. From the same direction. From the village, downhill, round this bend and away. It's another little... Another
blasted trick!
Why a crashing motorbike? Oh, and I'm in bed before you for once. I feel exhausted.
I feel troubled. Since a bit before the hello voice.
I've noticed you've been awake at dawn recently, looking wide awake, but before I could do anything about it, I was back in the land of Nod.
The thing is, I can find no reason for being troubled. Nor restless when troubled. Only the restlessness is troubling.
Well, somebody or something's working on you.
What do you mean by that?
You know, I really don't know. Words came out suddenly, instinctive. It's all connected, the hello girl and the phantom crash, you're being troubled and restless.
Yeah, all right, I'll buy that. Cause and effect. Only why the cause?
Darling, you're just about to put your left leg into your pyjama jacket sleeve.
Right? Oh, yes. So I thought the legs were short. I mean, not my legs, the pyjama legs. Probably my mind's going. As I said before, I'm hearing things in the head. After all, nobody else has heard any of this. Not a sound.
Well, you're a bit young to grow mad as a clergyman, aren't you? Noises in the head, Tim, are usually pretty silly, random things connected somehow to the person experiencing them. Well, they are, aren't they? Or have you had girls saying hello and motorbike crashes with a girl screaming tucked down in your subconscious somewhere since a boy?
Hardly, darling. I suppose we can exclude the possibility of the supernatural.
Well, for the moment, yes.
For the moment?
Well, until we've ruled out the dirty tricks, simulated hauntings.
Yes. Why a crashing bike? I mean, girl's voice is okay, ghost stuff, but a crashing bike is sheer fantasy.
Well, because perhaps there was one once, a real bike crash.
Not unlikely.
Oh!
You might have warmed this side of the bed.
The night is very warm, sir.
Church was cold. That bike sounded odd, I thought. There, but it could be just... It was a sort of noise motorbikes no longer make. Once there was a crash, and the story got around that on certain summer nights the crash could be heard. So some joker puts it all on tape, and I can't think why, plays it out to keep the tale going. Why?
Well, have some fun at the expense of those of a religious disposition. Attack the church's foundations, church with a capital C. Send the young vicar batty.
Are there people concerned enough with the presence of the church to do that? I mean, here and now.
Well, there's said to be a middle-class black magic crowd at Under Woolston, only 5 miles away.
Yes, I've heard. They go in for orgies around bonfires. One of them burnt his privates, Doc Hunter told me.
Then maybe they're doing something less dangerous, like simulating ghost sounds.
Well, if they are, I'll do something even nastier to their privates than a fire can. I tell you what. What? I'll have a word with old Harold about village hauntings.
You didn't get much out of him about the Bell Girl, did you? So I bet he doesn't give out on hauntings.
Extraordinary old chap. Did I tell you, he doesn't think the village mythopoetic or Valgarian enough to write interesting tombstones.
I'm not surprised. He explained to me the other day why television and film never gets Thomas Hardy right. Well, it made sense.
Perhaps he's the brains behind the whole thing.
What? Our Harold?
Evening, Padre.
Evening, Sam. Mrs. Sam.
Oh, evening, Vicar. Oh, you should bring the wife in for a drink, Vicar.
I should, but then I do.
It does good when they're young, a drop of drink does.
Make some bloody loquacious when they're old, it does.
No, quite. Ooh, I've never been the worse for it, Vicar, whatever he says.
Silly cow, that's inebriated. Talking, if not drunk.
Ah, swallowed a crossword he had.
I'll have a pint of best bitter, Mr. Orford, please.
Well, the best's a bit cloudy. Try it if you like, but it'll be better in the morning.
I'd have a bottle if I were you, Vicar.
Ah, Harold. Well, a light ale then, Mr. Orford.
Light ale? No, that should be all right. Of course, you can't be sure. That's 20 pence to you, Vicar.
Yeah, your glass is all but empty, Harold.
It's a stout, thank you, Mr. Turner.
I never known Harold drink anything but stout, except brandy.
On high days and holidays, when I feel like it.
Are you getting to know us all, Mr. Turner? Nice lot, aren't we, eh?
Yes, jolly nice, yes. What do I owe you, Mr. Orford?
We're hardly inscrutable, are we?
42 pence, sir. Can't make it any less.
Never can you?
You're more insalubrious than inscrutable, Sam.
I've got the right amount.
Hope it didn't come from the offertory box.
Here's a health, sir.
And yours, Harold.
I taught Sam all the words he knows, other than the four-letter ones.
And he still works on the corporation rubbish dump.
Work? He's the flipping foreman.
Get your facts right, Ernie. Supervisor of the Rural District Refuse and Disposal Central Plant.
Sam, the refuse man.
Treat your scurrility with the contempt it warrants.
Get us another drink, will you?
If you want a quiet drink, you won't get it in this pub.
I know. Came looking for you, actually. Had a silly question to ask.
Oh, do you expect a silly answer, then?
Possibly, probably. Are there many stories of any substance of hauntings of any sort in the village?
Oh,
well, old Charlie Kick swears his dead old Labrador still walks his garden. There's said to be a man dressed in black robes who walks Church Lane at dusk, last seen 10 years ago by Mrs. Jarman with a bottle of gin in her.
Does the vicar know the story of Mrs. Jarman's resurrection, Harold?
Big ears. Do you, Vicar?
No, I'm sure I don't.
She's no longer with us. Not dead. She's living in Spain. Her husband was Colonel Jarman. He used to describe himself as Colonel Jarman of England. It was meant to be a joke. He's dead, but when he was alive, he and she drank heavily, and when taken by the drink, quarrelled like Irish tinkers. Sometimes they shut one another out of the house. He'd sleep in the old stables, and she'd go to the church. We left it unlocked in those days, or she'd wake up one of her friends for a bed. So, one summer night, when he'd managed to lock her out, she went to the church. The church was being painted at that time, so the dust covers were over everything. That doesn't stop Mabel Jarman, though. She gets right under a dust cover on the front pew by the pulpit and sleeps. Come 8 in the morning and 3 painters and decorators arrive.
They're not village men, from town they were. Jack will remember.
Well, not so long ago, was it? But they're not bright, and that morning they weren't so bright neither. They see what looks like a corpse under one of their dust sheets, and they reckon this is a bit impertinent. But the vicar, your predecessor, he was a man used to his own way and notoriously forgetful. So they start moving things around, and of course they wake the Colonel's lady. Jack Flower was the one who saw it first, halfway up his ladder. The corpse pushed the sheet off and sat up and bellowed. That was Mrs. Jarman's resurrection.
Yeah, the 3 of them came running down here, and I told them who she was, but they had to have a drink before they'd go back.
I do like that. But seriously, Harold,
ready for
is there a real haunting? Something contemporary, I suppose is the way to put it. Makes a lot of noise.
Yes, there is. Some people claim to have heard a motorbike crashing.
And a girl screaming?
Yes, so I'm told. Heard but not seen. Has it got to your ears, Vicar?
I heard something of it. I just wondered.
Yes, you would. Well, it's more likely than the bloke in black robes, who was actually the old schoolmaster, mad as a hatter out in his gown. Now, let me get you another, Mr. Turner.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fry. Mrs. Kick. Mrs. Nightingale.
They do look nice always, don't they? The first real flowers of summer. They do look nice.
She's terrible deaf.
Yes.
Your husband plays the organ real well, Mrs. Turner.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? Although I don't tell him so.
No, it doesn't do him then. Now, come on, ladies. Good night to you, Mrs. Turner. Say good night to the vicar for us.
Good night, Mrs. Turner. Say good night to Mr. Turner, won't you?
I will. Well, good night, ladies, and thank you for your help. As you heard, they've gone. They seem to think you played very well.
Not Mrs. Nightingale, I hope. She's as dead as a post.
And with that name.
Look what they've done for your church. 7 vases of flowers. Aren't you impressed?
Yes, very. They're nice old bags.
Tim? Oh, never mind.
Never mind? All right. Come on, let's go. It's becoming distinctly chilly in here.
Well, that's what I meant. In the last half minute, it's turned cold.
Well, it's these early summer evenings. Not to be trusted, so they tell me. Now, come on.
Well, it was warm at the door when the ladies left a moment ago.
Still is, strangely.
Tim, shut the door.
But I just... What is that?
I wondered if it was me seeing things.
Whatever it is, it's beneath Margaret Joan-Bell's crown. Sort of cloud.
It's drifting down to that pew. It's becoming a shape. Well, I'm not frightened. Really, I'm not.
I am. Settled. It's like somebody under a white sack. It's a very dirty trick, very clever. Will it answer? Hello? Hello? What is this? Now tell me who you are, please.
Don't go too near, Tim.
Bloody likely. I'm Tim, and this is Pam. Who are you?
Ted?
You called Ted? Oh, this is potty.
No. Well, why are you here?
Going out. Ted. Pin. Ted temper.
It's not a trick, Tim. Ted was in a temper.
Too fast. Too fast. He. Away.
When was this? When in time?
Time? No. Summer. Stopped. Evening.
Oh, now is 1976. When is your now?
Silly prick 76.
Oh, really?
There you are. Well, is it 1938?
Can't. 18. Against Ted.
Oh, my...
I'm in the air. I knew.
Knew what?
Mummy? Where? Lost. All at sea.
Were you once Margaret Joan Bell?
Maggie Bell, go to hell. Bad. Don't care. In hell.
Not in hell, Maggie. On Earth still. Some part of you is.
Can you hear us? Understand us, Maggie?
Nobody for a long time. Why? No voices.
That's your virgin crown up there, Maggie.
No bloody virgin. Sam. Ian. Dave. Fred. Tom. Ted. Charlie. Bob.
That's quite a litany, Maggie. Now, you're here by mistake.
I didn't want to be. Never. Man smell. I was burning.
Sure I should pray for you. I don't know the words.
Oh, I knew. Mummy, take me home.
We shall help you to go home, Maggie.
I hear the birds sing. See the old man. Virgin. The honourable guy. The first guy. Now. Why? Tim.
I'll ask, Maggie. I'll try to find out. It's all right, don't.
Are you still there?
Hello?
Yes, come in, Mrs. Fry.
She's fled. Thank the Lord.
I thought I heard voices. We were just about leaving. Oh, my goodness, it does strike cold in here after the warm outside.
I left my shopping. Oh, there it is in the corner. I'll get myself one of these days, I will. Oh, what a funny smell. Like burning.
Oh, is there? It must be the new candle.
We'll come out with you, Mrs. Fry. Come on, Tim.
Right, yes. I've got the key. Got everything?
I've never known this church so cold this time of the year. You should have a word with Harold Thorpe about it.
Well, Mrs. Francis Fry's a great gossip. And the cold church and the odd smell will be around the WI in no time.
Yes, the least of our worries, wife. I don't know what words to use. Do you?
Well, I think that we've been grasped by a hand. No, not from the grave, although I know what the Romantics meant. From a quite different plane of things. Well, universal things. We're like physicists who've discovered a new element that's upset the whole of our previous knowledge. Well, try to see it like that.
In my faith, I mean, all it means to me, all I've considered about life and death and good and evil, I've tried to sustain rationally my belief in the soul's place in eternity contradicts the idea of the spirit, some part of the soul, remaining attached to a physical, solid place on this earth, as if solid and physical in itself. I cannot believe it can happen.
Well, yet it seems it has to us, although we remain skeptics.
And could it be that we've created something out of our imaginations, gave it a sort of substance?
Well, I find that harder to believe than to believe we've had dealings with Maggie Bell's lost afterlife.
Whatever has happened, for the moment we must keep it to ourselves.
Yes, indeed.
Do you think she could have been hanging around the church since she died? I mean, 1938, almost 40 years.
Well, she seemed to think 1976 was not her year. Time would mean nothing.
Sure she has some connection with the crash, I heard.
I'm trying to recall what she said. A pillion and too fast was some of it.
We call it she, you notice. I mean, giving it an identity.
We'll have to. Can't call it the ghost of she, can we? We should give her a name. Maggie to her spectral face. Well, Spectral Bell.
Good idea. Always name a thing. Spectral Bell, it'll be Spectral Bell objected to her virgin crown, I think.
Her short life commemorated in a great untruth. No bloody virgin was the expression before the list of chaps. And the Honourable Guy, the first guy.
Who's ever heard of a punning ghost? Yes. Yes. Punning is said to be one of the trademarks of the devil, but by necromancers. So is she a fundamental manifestation of evil, primordial thing of the great beast, that shape?
No, Tim. She's only what's left of a lost country girl wanting her mother.
Oh, well, I'll try to think of her charitably. I'd like her out of my church, though.
Well, the local rag has back copies since the 1880s. Shall I try to find out how she died?
Well, let's not ask Harold. It's a good idea, though. I say, Guy. Hawkhurst is a Guy.
Baron Hawkhurst of Abbotsford. Well, once he would have been the Honourable Guy. But he's 80-odd. Still, in 1938...
40-odd. Probably had all the local girls by right. You know, I must contact her again, Pam. Try to make her see that she's not wanted. I don't want to go to a bishop. Exorcist.
Oh, what will you say to her? Look, old girl, do clear off. Go and bother somebody else.
Now then, old girl, let's have you. Come and say hello to a gentleman. I'm all alone. Summer evening is coming to its sweet-scented close. Hello? You going to oblige? Sorry, wrong word. Crikey. That's not the scent of flowers. That's a perfume not to be sniffed at. So you are there, Maggie?
Hello?
I can hear you, smell your perfume, but can't see you.
Hello? Shall we? I'll show you.
Maggie? Let me help you get away. Go home.
Nothing wrong. I like it. Want it always.
It's no good, Maggie, anymore. That part of you was gone.
Can you walk like Clark Gable?
I don't know. It was before my time. Listen, Maggie. Is it that crown which brings you back?
Cheap. They all laughed at it. My crown. My fanny.
No, I want to release your soul, Maggie.
The heat burned my soul dead.
No. The soul cannot be killed.
Smash on the bank. Oh, with pain. Oh.
Please, Maggie. You mustn't go on remembering.
Air burned. I flew.
Maggie, has the great beast collected you? The evil one. Brute devil.
Filthy brute. Come here. Oh, the beast.
I wish I could see you. Can I see you somehow?
It's dark. You'll have to feel. Feel me. Here.
No, Maggie. No. Jesus, give me strength.
Oh, it's me, Mr. Turner. Mrs. Nightingale.
Cold.
Mrs. Nightingale?
Ooh, you're on the floor. You'll have to shout. I'm a little deaf. Have you fallen over? Hurt yourself?
No. I'm looking for woodworm in this pew, under the seat. You never know.
Woodworm, did you say?
Woodworm under the seat.
Never had woodworm in the seats. Never. Terrible smell of cheap scent, too.
I thought it was the woodworm smell.
What was it called? Nights of Desire. I didn't know anybody still sold it.
It's moving off. I think. How can I help you, Mrs. Nightingale?
Oh, I don't need help, Mr. Turner. I only came to put the magazines down in the porch while I was passing. Then I thought I heard voices. But I'm so deaf.
I was singing to myself.
Sounded like a woman's voice. I had no notion you sang alto. No notion.
Oh, God.
Well, I've put the mags in the porch, so I'll be away, Vicar. I'd leave the old woodworm if I was you and go home.
Good night, Mrs. Nightingale. Deaf she may be, but daft she is not. So, what would she make of all that?
The accident occurred on the 16th of July, 1938. And the inquest was a couple of months later. Well, Margaret Joan Bell was riding pillion on a motorbike which went out of control and crashed on the bend of Church Road. It seems that she was thrown off onto the bank by the churchyard and died before the ambulance arrived. Multiple injuries. Well, the driver of the bike was also injured, but not badly. The coroner said he wasn't to be prosecuted because he'd suffered enough mental torment as it was. Well, he was 21 and his name was Edward Thorpe.
We should ask Harold. I've noticed that the district is littered with Thorpes.
Oh, this one, Edward, came from the village.
He'd be the Ted our spectral bell speaks of.
So there it is, darling. That crash, her death, has remained in the air, slipped out of time, got onto another plane.
Become a paranormal phenomena awaiting my arrival.
Well, yes, that's true in a way.
I don't know what way you mean. I mean that it was lying in wait to snap at the heels of my faith.
And I mean it was lying in wait for a virile, sexy vicar.
I mean, it's hard enough to go around exuding faith these days without having the unknown asking awkward questions. What do you mean by virile, sexy vicar?
Well, the spectral bell is still being rung by sex.
Oh, nonsense. It was the chap who came out of the blue and said he knew her.
Don't be silly, Tim. Plenty must have said that before. She went for you, got you on the ground.
Sort of vestigial sex thing. Bloody awful.
Well, how frustrating also. Well, being dead shouldn't really include sexual desire, should it?
No, certainly not. I mean, it's bizarre. It's the plot of a blue movie. Desire of the Dead, or such like. I mean, what I do, pray? I can't not go into my church, can I? The parish would notice. Just. No, I must be strong and cast her out somehow. I think you'd better be there with me. You or 6 female police constables. That's the sort of protection I need, believe you me. And if I can't cast her out, then I'd have to go to the bishop and ask him to arrange an exorcism. Blue movie with horror ingredients. I mean, what do I say to the blooming bishop? Please, sir, this ghost girl tries to have me between the front pew and the altar steps. I don't think it's the sort of thing that should go on in a church and with the vicar. Mrs. Nightingale was suspicious. Her sense of smell makes up for her auditory deprivation. Vicar on the floor, drunk or mad, like the last chap. Ponging of cheap perfumes. They just managed to get some village girl or boy out of the way in time. Any other explanations? I've looked through the Bible. It's terribly unhelpful about this sort of thing. It's jolly helpful of straight sex and murder and mother-in-laws and the like, but on ghost girls with sexual hang-ups, it's absolutely useless. I mean, the way she speaks, our Maggie, makes me sure she was proud of her bad reputation, still is proud of it. And that crown up there probably irks her. Well, you can't blame her, can you? I mean, spend your tender years screwing in every direction, get cut off in your first prime, and then find yourself a blessed virgin on a wall. I mean, that's punishment for sinning, if ever there was one. Particularly who meant to sin, enjoyed sin, didn't think of it as sin anyway, doing what comes naturally. And if she'd been a holy Roman, she'd have confessed, and the whole thing would probably have remained locked in whatever circle of purgatory bad Roman girls who die young finish up in. I wish I could disapprove of the simple sins more easily than I do. I mean, lust is more natural than sinful, I'm thinking. I mean, sad or frustrating or gay or horrible or legal or lovely, but it's not really sinful. I'm sorry.
Never let it be said that I don't allow you a word in edgeways. Now, we must take action. You grill Harold about Ted and Maggie, and I'll try to have a word with the girl herself. Tell her that you're my property, and that if she doesn't lay off, I'll scratch her eyes out.
Wrong stuff.
All right, Vicar. Since you got your teeth in the story, I'll tell you. Why have you got your teeth in it, just as a matter of interest?
Various reasons, Harold. The Crown, for one thing. I don't think it's right and proper for the Crown to remain. I mean, if we know for certain that she wasn't...
She was no virgin. But I can't tell you at first hand. Many could once, but there's only a couple or three still around, and I'll keep their names to myself, if you don't mind.
Oh, fair enough. At the time, surely the vicar should have known. What was his wonderful name?
The Reverend Hugo Vincent de Brokeborn. Even in 1938, he was an anachronism. A bachelor, and I reckon an old queen. The hunting, shooting, fishing sort kept his rods behind the altar. Very upper crust. I don't think he ever said more than good day to the common village people. Never went into their homes, sent the curate. Yes, he had curates, one after the other. Wretched young chaps who did the Visiting the Commoners Act. Queen Victoria was still on the throne in 1938, in the sort of village this was.
Yes, I suppose I'd have been a wretched curate. What about Margaret Bell's parents? Did you know them?
Oh, to say hello to them. Narrow, respectable people who had a small holding on Duck Lane. They didn't mix with the village. God-fearing. I believe they belonged to some sort of religious sect. But on the other hand, they had the girl buried C of E.
So they really didn't know what their daughter was up to?
Well, they put her up for a crown, like families do. If they had some idea she wasn't worthy, they shut it out. Their sort often does.
And the rest of the village?
Rest of us? Well, I wasn't going to risk making a fool of myself, not at 22. Saying what I knew was only hearsay. Not with that, Vicar. Also, I didn't care all that much. If a virgin crown made somebody happy, who was I to gainsay them?
Those who knew at first hand, did any of them consider saying what they knew?
No, not in public. Probably they didn't care enough or had other good reasons for not admitting the offence. The rest of them, those that complained afterwards no end, in particular, they lacked the courage of their convictions. So it all went through on the nod.
Probably wouldn't happen today. And once the family had the crown up on the wall, they reckoned there would be no dissent.
Probably, but they reckoned wrong. Some folk were offended. Sanctimonious, all right, but worked up also. As far as I can recollect it, Mr. and Mrs. Bell were told bluntly by one or two of the offended why they were offended. The Bells couldn't take it, so they sold up and went. Nobody knew where.
But the crown still remained.
One or two tried to broach the subject to the vicar, but he didn't know what they were on about. Then we had a war.
If that put a stop to a lot of things, I've been told. Edward Thorpe drove the motorbike.
Ted Thorpe. My first cousin, my old man's brother's youngest son. We were good friends. Once he was healed up after the accident, he joined the RAF. He went to the States during the war and back there to live after it was over. As a family, we lost touch with him over the years. It happens, as you'll find out. He never came back here. Never could face it.
That I can understand. Well, thank you, Harold.
You'll be careful what you do, won't you?
Careful? Oh, yes, very, very careful. Now I'll collect my wife, who's alone in the church, poor thing.
Yes, you should do that. Church is no place for a nice girl to be alone in.
Temperature keeps dropping, so she's lurking around.
I'll try walking like Clark Gable.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, well, she once asked me if I could. Give her a quiet shout, yes?
Yes. We'll call her out.
Hello? Hello, Maggie? Hello, Maggie? Maggie? I want to talk with you. Hello?
Hello? I'd like to have had him. Party.
Now, come on, Maggie. Let's put sex on one side. Do you understand me? Maggie?
Tim, don't move suddenly, but look by the chancel.
There she is. A real shape.
Eve coming out of the dust. Suggestive and yet amorphous.
Say if you understand us, Maggie.
Say you. Say you. Say you.
So something of the girl stands before us.
Scares the living daylights out of me.
Well, don't go near.
That's the last thing. Maggie, we're going to pray for your soul.
Not soul. Have. Body. My body.
You are all soul, Maggie. And you shouldn't be here.
We want to release your soul.
Her bitch. Go. Go.
No, Maggie. This is our church. You are the one who must go.
And stay where you are, Maggie.
Come. We'll do it all. Come.
Maggie, we know how you died.
No, death. Alive.
You died, Maggie. Suddenly. Unexpectedly.
Can't die.
Yes, that's it. That's it, but you did. And you belonged so much to life that you haven't been able to leave it.
It was terrible, Maggie, the accident, but it happened.
Earth in my mouth. Oh, sorry. See my tits. See.
Lord Jesus, give me help! Take this girl from
Look, I'm down for you. See, leg.
No, he doesn't want to see you. Go away, you horrid girl, go.
Oh, burning me, dark for me. Go. Cold.
Turn into a cloud and go, Maggie. Go.
Hello.
That's her leaving hello. She's gone. Only the smell of her cheap perfume left. That breaks my heart, Pam. Her cheap perfume. Terrible. How terrible death, and how unfair.
But it's happened, darling. Long ago, another world.
I know. I'm so sorry. It's silly of me. You can make her go. Neither I nor my faith can.
It isn't just that, Tim. What's left of her is hanging on to life so strongly. And life was sex to her. Or whenever you're here in your spiritual home, she's drawn back.
I think that must mean I'm stronger in the flesh than in the spirit.
No, darling, that's not true. It's only how she sees it, her truth. She is now a fundamental.
Taps the sauce in me. A succubee. What do we do? I have no more tether. I can't have her around the church. I mean, she could appear in the middle of a service.
Well, maybe she has and no one's noticed.
Oh, thought strikes a chill. I need advice. Better see the bishop. Don't you agree?
I do. Well, after all, Bishop Collins is very human for a bishop.
I've been meaning to visit you, Turner, since your installation, but somehow I can only apologize.
I have a problem, my lord. This is why I came.
Do let's sit down.
Thank you.
Let the problem stay on one side a moment. If we talk a little, I'll get to know you a little, and that will help with the problem, or should.
Yes, my lord.
Not small talk of a religious nature, never fear. We do have something in common. How is Harold Thorpe these days?
My verger, my lord. If ever I reach his age, I only hope I'll be as fit in mind and body as he is.
Harold and myself last saw one another at your installation. He's a remarkable man, as I'm sure you've discovered. Well-read, shrewdly intelligent.
He's not the usual sort of verger, sir, I imagine. Hard to get to know, but we, my wife and I, are, I think, starting to make a relationship.
It wouldn't be easy, I know. I often have wondered if Harold isn't an atheist at heart. I don't mean that as a reproach. I sometimes wonder the same about myself.
Harold has never mentioned that he knew you, sir. Have you known him long?
Oh, since 1937. I was 23, Harold a few years older.
This was in my parish, sir?
In Abbots Upton, yes. I was a curate there for a year. The vicar was one Hugo Vincent de Broke-Born. Oh, a terrible man.
Harold has spoken to me of him, sir.
I almost left the church because of him. Almost became a red revolutionary. Instead, I got a mean, tough living in the northeast corner, which I enjoyed. Harold and I always kept in touch, by letter at least. Yes, my wife adored him.
Did he ever marry, sir?
No. There were women in his life, but marriage he found comic.
In 1937, sir, can you remember if you ever came across a girl, of 17 she would be then, called Margaret Joan Bell?
Maggie Bell? Good grief. How quite extraordinary. I'll show you. A few days ago, I was looking through some old photo albums, tidying up, really. I came across some photos taken at the Abbots Upton fete of 1937. Maggie Bell in the foreground. I'd written in the albums the details. Here she is. Remembered her vividly. That's her, front left. The thin, wretched bloke in the dog collar is myself. There's another of her over there. The photographer knew a good subject when he saw one, didn't he?
I'd say so, yes, sir.
She was quite a piece, believe me. Looked like an actress called Jean Harlow. A natural blonde, almost platinum, with the skin that goes with it. Translucent. And the sort of figure that made young men go dry in the throat. It did me. What became of her? Does anybody know?
She was killed, sir. I'm afraid, in July 1938.
Poor child. I have a recollection in the back of my mind. Probably Harold wrote about it to me. A crash, wasn't it?
A motorbike crash, yes, sir. She was on the pillion. The driver was Harold's cousin, Ted Thorpe.
Coincidence is an odd business. And the memory works in mysterious ways, its wonders to perform. Until I looked through that album the other day, I'd forgotten Maggie Bell completely. Then you arrive and mention her, and her death. That also I'd forgotten of. She shouldn't have died at 18, with all that life in her. God works also in his mysterious ways. Or what is it? Fate?
She is my problem, my lord.
Is she? The long-dead girl? How?
Well, to begin with, they gave her a virgin crown, which is still up in the nave.
Oh, good grief. She was notorious village-wise at 17. Harold never told me she'd been stuck up in the nave.
He's told me about her, sir.
She had a sort of sex appeal, you know, that reverberated. Shockwaves leaping out into the world to put something of such elemental sexual nature as nicely as I can. On the evening of that fete, she made me dance with her. I was very innocent, and it was quite overpowering. Of course, Broke-Born wouldn't have known, or cared if he did. Her parents knew not either, I take it.
Harold said they didn't want to, but afterwards were forced to listen. They left the parish.
Now I presume there's the question of whether the crown should be removed. A problem of conscience,
well,
really.
That is one problem, my lord. There is another connected to it.
Tell me.
She, Maggie Bell, is haunting the church.
Dear boy, you keep stopping me in my tracks. The ghost of the girl haunts the church, you say? Do you know for sure? But personally?
Both of us, my wife and I, have seen and heard her, sir.
You have? Blimey. Well, how do you know it's Maggie's ghost?
In its own way, it has answered that it is. It speaks of the crash, it cries out about its death, and it, behaves towards me, how can I put it? I am her sex object. She is the Maggie Bell she was in life, sexually orientated.
You do mean all this? Yes, I can see that you do. But are you sure that nobody's playing a trick on you?
Well, I thought so at first, but no, we've eliminated the dirty tricks, my lord. Also, I've discovered that the sound of the crash, or of a crash, and a girl screaming, has been heard on summer evenings since 1938. I've heard this myself. The crash was just by the churchyard.
Yes, your predecessor, whom I considered eccentric but not downright mad, told me about the crash and the screaming heard by a small congregation in the church one evensong. Yes, not that he wanted me to do anything about it, and he accepted it as a fact of life. So you think Maggie Bell has been stuck in the church since 1938?
Not exactly, my
It's
lord.
unlikely, I agree. Some sort of news of her appearances would have got around before now.
My lord, I'm still in two minds as to whether to accept what I've seen and heard and felt of this manifestation.
Oh, you have to accept it, Turner. If it's there, it is there. It may be an unexplainable fact, but it's a fact all the same.
The fact I can't stomach, my lord, is that the soul of a dead person can remain stuck here on Earth, neither soul or body, and certainly not holy. Only a limbo thing. It's so irrational.
I've always found life pretty irrational, so perhaps we can expect the afterlife to be the same. But I know and sympathize with your objections. You know, I learned to take the rather ridiculous idea of hauntings, phantoms, ghosts. The paranormal is today's jargon. Seriously, years ago. And this is not my first exposure to such things. Why they should happen, God literally alone knows. But frequently, it is some soul-searing experience at the point of death which leaves behind... what? A sensation born from the kinetic energy of the moment of death, like an explosion's visible aftermath. At times, what is left is horrible, such as a stifling room where men once tortured other men to death. At times, it can be downright uninteresting, like the monk figure who will stand at a gate for no apparent reason. And this girl Maggie died violently near the church.
A few yards from where she was buried.
So something of her remained after the explosion. Now, what brought her into the church, I wonder?
My wife has a theory that it has to do with my presence.
She's probably right. Yes, you're a young and vital male person. Maggie treats you, as you say, like a sex object. You're her victim now, as I once was almost, all those years ago. You probably are responsible, I'm afraid. People often seem to act as the catalysis to the ghost world. It's quite unavoidable.
In my own defence, my lord, I would add that she seems to take a pretty dim view of the Virgin Crown.
Would that draw her back? A bitter joke on the dead? Well, what do we do?
Is it possible to remove a Virgin Crown?
I don't know. But I'll find out. And if there's no ruling, then I'll make one up. It should be removed. And I suppose we'd better try to exorcise the creature, send her packing. Better close the church until then.
Or at least I shouldn't conduct the services.
It would be embarrassing if she pounced when you were in the pulpit. No. It's best the church is closed, not you shut out. We must really have her out. What do you tell your flock of skeptics, I wonder? I'm afraid it would be necessary to tell them something, and to hold a public meeting to do this. One really can't shut up the church without a village meeting as to why, these days. And you must tell them the truth, without going into details, I think.
Yes, that's something I don't look forward to, my lord.
No, nor would I. But you're the one who must do it. Take the village hall. Let everybody have their say. A general free-for-all. It could clear the air. Something could come out of it. Don't ask me what. I speak as a soothsayer, not as your bishop.
You look thoroughly smug, Harold Thorpe. Move the ironing from that chair and then you'll be able to sit down. The chair.
The man-made fibres that don't need the iron are taking quite a lot of the sting out of bachelorhood. So, you've seen the bishop?
Yes, the poor lamb, and you might have said that you knew the Right Reverend Basil Collins as a buddy.
It would have seemed I was boasting, or worse.
A sort of bishop's pawn?
In a way. Now, if the vicar had said the church was haunted by this female party, then I could have gone to the bishop for him. Not that your husband would have let me.
True. Still, you do look smug.
It must be the thought of this general meeting. The village hall is free of bingo, whist drives, conservatives, jumbles, and the rest on Tuesday next. I've said 7:30.
Oh, good. I'll tell him myself. 4 days to prepare.
Tell the vicar to say as little as is fit. There'll be enough coming from the body of the hall, and most of it'll be nonsense.
Well, will people come?
Bound to. I'm making sure some do, including some who knew her well, like his nibs, Guy Hawkhurst.
Maggie said something about an honourable guy. I suppose it wasn't a definition or category.
It was a scalp she wore proudly.
A scalp that's come home to roost. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, I do. So, tell the vicar, 7:30 next Tuesday it'll be.
Righto, Harold.
So there it is. I've put it as briefly as possible because I'm sure you'll have some questions to ask.
Yes, vicar, I'd like to ask you a question. My name's Bob Masters. I've lived in the village all my life.
Far away, Mr. Masters.
Well, was this ghost thing a holy ghost thing?
I'm not sure if I understand you.
Well, a ghost in a church should be a holy ghost, shouldn't it?
I see you're being facetious. Are there any serious questions?
My name's Group Captain Anderson Hay. What you've been telling us is it's a bit steep, you know, a bit sort of hard to swallow. I mean, phantom presence and so on. Somewhat vague, isn't it? I mean, all very unlikely, if you ask me.
Now, are you sure that you and your wife's imaginations didn't go pop? Go over the top?
Yes, I agree. As my wife says, the imagination can go pop.
I can assure you, Group Captain, our imaginations did not go anything. They were not involved.
I don't know how much of a parish council matter this is.
It's a parochial church council matter, actually. And we've been kept entirely in the dark.
I'm sorry to have kept you and the PCC in the dark, Mrs. Willis. Only it did seem rather difficult to know quite what to tell you. And then events moved fast, and the bishop said shut the church, so I had to at once.
But I'm sure the parochial church council would have dealt with the ghost very firmly if they had known.
Yeah. You all know who I am.
Yeah, you're Frank Freud.
And you're the worst for drinks, I'm not. PCC did know, Mrs. Willis. I told you myself that Mrs. Nightingale and I thought there were some odd things going on in the church. I told you it was suddenly cold.
Oh, yes, you did mention how cold it was, and the smell of cheap perfume. And the vicar on the floor.
Ooh, wasn't that enough? You should have got hold of Mr. Turner and asked him. Well, you're too much at loggerheads with each other on the parochial to do anything useful.
I object to that aspersion, as I'm sure the other members of the PCC do.
Right, one of them here.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. This is not helping matters forward. Mr. Ponsonby, you were going to ask a question, I believe, as chairman of the parish council.
I was. But I can't remember now what it was. But something Mrs. Willis said just now leads me to ask another question. The smell of cheap perfume, was that part of the haunting in the church?
Mrs. Nightingale will tell you. She smelled it. Mrs. Nightingale?
No, that won't be necessary. All right. Mrs. Nightingale?
I have my deaf aid on so I can hear every word. I found the vicar under a pew looking for woodworm, so he says. The smell wasn't woodworm, though. Cheap perfume. Nights at the Czar or some such. Woolworths used to sell it years back.
There was a smell of perfume, and I was on the floor because the ghost had pushed me there.
I take it that the ghost wears the perfume?
Yes. Sometimes it seems to.
So we can assume that the ghost is a female ghost?
If it's a bloke, it's one of those.
Yes, it is the ghost of a girl.
I say, my name's Hawkhurst.
Yes, Lord Hawkhurst?
Harold Thorpe got me along here, and since I'm here, I may as well ask a question. It's this. Does this church haunting business have any connection with the sound of a crash? and a female screaming that's been heard near the church for years?
Yes, I believe it does.
Oh, do it? Then an awful lot of other questions occur to me. Yes, perhaps they occur to a few others of us here also. I'll sit down.
Will somebody kindly explain to me what all this is about?
Well, I've lived in this village since I was born, and so has my Charlie. So, can I say what I think, Vicar?
Certainly, Mrs. King.
Well, Charlie and myself have both heard that bike crashing, and the girl screaming, as my Charlie has seen his dead old dog cocking his leg in the garden against the shed, only there was no liquid.
May I ask where the devil all this is getting us?
No, hang on, Group Captain, hang on. I can't tell things, but in my own fashion. Charlie and myself first heard that crash one summer evening in 1938 when we was courting. Long time back. And we went running to the sound of it, and when we got there, took us half a minute at most, the girl had stopped screaming.
And wasn't anywhere to be seen.
Wrong. She were on the verge by the churchyard, moaning and already half dead or more. The chap and his motorbike were all over the road and he was concussed. They didn't wear crash hats those days, only a back-to-front cap. We did our best for her. Somebody got on the phone at the vicarage and the ambulance arrived after about 10 minutes, but she was already still. The life gone from her. One thing, though, she had a fight with death to the last. She jerked and rolled and kept grabbing at me. She didn't want to go. Some of us remember who that girl was. Same age as me she was. Charlie and I saw her die. Since then, though, her death haunts that bit of road. We've heard it. So have others. Strangers to the village, even. Well, make what you like about it.
I'm more or less a stranger, seeing that I've only been here 6 months. Dobbs is the name. I live in the close.
He's what's called a young executive.
Thank you.
Granted.
I don't know what to make of any of it. Ghost girl who wears cheap perfume and closes the church and has to be exorcised. Crash that goes on haunting the road. I, quite honestly, don't believe in a word of it. But I will admit that I'm a skeptic in these things. But I do believe in things being investigated. I think that the British Society for Psychical Research ought to be informed of all these events. Let them come here with their equipment and expertise and lay these ghosts for good. Could we have a vote on this, Vicar?
No, I'm sorry. To call in the psychical researchers would be a matter for the church to decide upon.
And the fewer people who know about the business outside this village, the better.
I do think you're being very narrow-minded about it. I mean, if there is a ghost girl, wouldn't it be interesting to find out what sort of girl she is?
We know what sort of girl she is, Mr. Dobbs.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Thorpe?
Are you on familiar terms with this female spectre?
I don't really like this, Vicar. I mean, what's it all mean? You know who the girl was. I mean, has there been some sort of, well, what do you call it, occult going on in the church?
There's been no such thing going on in our church, Group Captain. Mrs. Turner wouldn't have it, I know.
All right, you are, Mrs. Fry.
Vicar, I kicked off with a question about the Holy Ghost.
And the ref showed you the red card straight away, Bob.
Yeah, well, I wasn't being disrespectful. All I was trying to say was, were the ghost a nun? Or somebody holy-like? Because if she was, there's no harm in the vicar or the verger getting to know her. Ask her what her troubles or...
I'm sorry I showed you the red card, Mr. Masters. No, she isn't a nun of any sort, or a church person at all, I'm afraid.
Then is she some poor ghost creature what's wandered in by mistake, like?
In a way she is, Mrs. Sand.
I say, Hawkhurst again. It's simple enough, isn't it? Something to do with a crash, right? There was a certain young lady killed in that crash, as Mrs. Kick, who was Gertie Go-Along at the time, has so graphically described.
Oh, well, I did tell you.
Some of us remember who that girl was, I hope. Some of us knew her somewhat better than perhaps we ought. seeing she was 18 when she died. Right?
Too blooming true.
You were a wild lad, Sam Knott, 40 years back. I'm a good deal older, so I can state it without prejudice. Masters there, with his questions about nun ghosts, has forgotten I'll put a fiver on it until now. What, Bob Masters, eh?
Oh, what was her name?
If you went into the church sometimes, Robert, you'd not have forgotten.
Well, this is becoming more and more stupid.
Yes, I do agree. Will somebody kindly explain in simple language?
Oh, she must be celebrated in the church in some way.
She has a virgin crown, Mr. Dodds.
What? Oh, yes, so I've heard. Well, perhaps she's come to see if it's still there, eh?
Probably she has.
If this girl is the one Lord Hawkhurst speaks of as being a bit of a flirt, to put it mildly.
She had rampant sexuality, Mr. Ponsonby.
You weren't no virgin, neither.
And yet she has a virgin crown. How come, Vicar?
It did all happen before I was even a twinkle in my father's eye. But
it's a long story, Ponsonby, I'll tell you sometime. She was called Margaret Joan Bell, Maggie Bell, right? And she's come back to rub our noses in our old crimes, is that it? If ever she went away. She's always been on that stretch of road, eh, Harold?
I think you've summed it up, Lord Hawkhurst. Quite why she's arrived in the church is anybody's guess.
All that matters now is to get her out, to release her soul from its earthbound imprisonment.
I haven't said much. Except in parenthesis, but I'd like to say this. Maggie used to scoff at the virgin crowns hanging there in her time. I can understand her coming back. Can't understand why she's waited so long. As she's been there all the time, and the vicar and Mrs. Vicar are the first with eyes to see her. Ironic, that's what it is, that she's got one, a crown. Like giving a devil's minion a halo.
All you say is quite right, Sam Knott.
We should surely have the crown removed, Vicar. She didn't deserve it, and it shouldn't be there. The parochial church council must take action.
There are no rules, Mrs. Willis, but the bishop is, however, prepared to make a ruling.
Oh, come, Vicar. Surely the PCC have the power.
Don't think the parochial have that sort of power, Mrs. Didn't get your name. Bishop Collins knows as well as I do that the custom goes back into what are called the mists of time. And you can bet on it that more than one virgin who got her crown got it when nobody was looking or saying. It's up to us, isn't it, Vicar? Yeah. I'll sit down.
I rather think, Lord Hawkhurst, that the bishop was leaving matters to me and the parish in the first instance.
Padre, may I ask, what did the bishop say in so many words?
He said, something would probably come out of a general meeting, not that he had any idea what, and that he was speaking more as a soothsayer than a bishop.
Good for Collins. Used to be curate here, 1937. So he may have heard of our Miss Bell. Hope that was all.
It's time we made a decision, Vicar. We've talked enough, I'm sure.
I agree, Mrs. Fry. I believe that a small... Yes, Mrs. Nightingale?
We should make a decision about the crown.
Yes, we have, dear. That's what we're doing now.
To continue, I believe that a small group of us, the verger, Mrs. Willis, Mrs. Fry, myself, should remove the offending crown and the commemorating plaque. Does the meeting agree?
Yeah. When they've been removed, what you got to do with them, Vicar?
I haven't thought that far yet.
Put the crown on our grave to rot away.
Good idea, Gertie. It's not my business to interfere in church matters, but don't you reckon, Vicar, that a ceremony, something straightforward, wouldn't be out of order? At her grave or somewhere. I can't think where else.
I think it would be very much in order, Lord Hawkhurst.
May I make a suggestion?
I think we can let Mrs. Turner make a suggestion. She has, after all, been as quiet as a church mouse up until now.
Thank you. Well, Maggie Bell died on the 16th of July. That's this coming Saturday. In the evening, around 8:30. Well, I've read the inquest reports. So, wouldn't it be a good idea if we held a ceremony at that time on Saturday upon the actual spot where she died? Or is it too ghoulish?
I think it's pretty ghoulish, I must say. And why all the mumbo-jumbo?
What do you make, Dobbs, for a living?
Make? My firm makes typewriters and copiers, telex machines.
Oh, good for them. But you wouldn't sell a one without the sales mumbo-jumbo, would you? Right, Vicar. Those of us who knew her, in the biblical sense, will be there. Yes, perhaps her ghost will see us as we are now, and decide she's best out of this world.
Thank you. We all agree?
No, I don't. Yes.
Well, I will have some sort of mumbo-jumbo ready for the occasion.
There's the ladder in place, Vicar. Straight below Margaret Joan Bell's virgin crown. There. Have you got a head for heights?
Well, it's not the height I'm worried about, Harold.
Ah, no.
No, of course it's not the height, Vicar.
No. What does the parochial church council think of it, Mrs. Willis?
Think of what? I mean, we've decided to take it down.
Who should go up the ladder to take it down, the vicar or the verger?
Well, I really don't... I mean, do I have to take a decision for the PCC?
Oh, the PCC.
Well, think of it as an opinion, Mrs. Willis.
Yes. Well, one would expect the verger to fetch and carry.
Yeah. Of course it's your job, Harold.
I'm not as young as I used to be, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. I've seen you going up that ladder like a 2-year-old.
Yes, Mr. Thorpe, you go up the ladder to dust the crowns and clean the nameplates all the time.
So, Verger, up you go again. Anyway, it'll obviously be safer for you up there than it would be for me.
Oh, well, there you're right. Yeah. I'll take my courage in both hands.
I can't see why. And why safer?
Well, Maggie is quite likely to attack my poor husband, Mrs. Willis. And at the top of a ladder, that could be tricky.
So you see, she could attack me, too.
Oh, you're taking it seriously. I mean, you are, really.
Best to do so. So I need courage. The bishop will probably give me a medal. You put your foot on the second run, Vicar. They got a nice sway to them of these ladders, this particular type.
Turning cold in here.
I've noticed.
Are you going to say a prayer or a few words, Vicar, when I take it down?
Only for your safety and return, Harold.
Oh, you can start now. Here we are. Now, it ought to come off the hook easy. Right. It doesn't.
Hello? Bitch. Bloody bitch.
I beg your pardon, who's that?
Hush! You stay where you are, Maggie.
Stay where you are. You had such a lovely thingy.
Where is she? I mean...
Who's she referring to, I wonder? I see what it is. The wire's a bit bent. Hold hard. Hold hard, Vicar. Got it.
Pinch, punch, pinch.
Oh, somebody pinched me on the... You know what?
Bum, bum, bum.
Come back, Mrs. Willis. Come here. Mrs. Willis, please. Now, stay away, Maggie. You're coming down, Harold.
I was just waiting to see if she'd move in on me. Oh, this crown is as fragile as a moth's wing.
Down, bitch, chow, bitch, go.
There's somebody here she doesn't like.
And I'm beginning to dislike her or what's left of her, and that isn't Christian or sensible.
I actually felt a pinch.
Thank you, Harold. Now, Maggie, we have your crown, and we're going to take it to the spot where you died. There, we shall say prayers over it, and then you will leave us.
Hello? Cold. Hello? Go.
Come, ladies. Harold, shut the church, please, after we join the procession.
Yes, I will, Vicar. Shut her in, or shut her out.
Harold. I don't know if I like the choice of psalm.
Good evening, my Lord Bishop. I don't know if I like seeing a bishop lurking among the tombstones.
Young Turner has to do the trick himself. They're going down to the road, I take it.
To the place where she died, with her crown.
Did the taking it down go smoothly?
Oh, it depends what you mean by smoothly. The young lady was certainly in evidence. Mrs. Willis was pinched on the bottom.
Oh, dear. You'll notice I'm not in my clericals.
It's a very bishopric tweed. You should have a beard with it.
I know Guy Hawkhurst, but who are the chaps flanking him?
Sam Knott and Bob Masters. They shared her favours.
Ah, it's a good turnout. Must be 20 or more. Who's the fat old dame at the back?
Mrs. Kick. Used to be Gertie Go-Along.
Oh, Charlie Kick never rubbed two words together.
He still doesn't. They got to the road. Let's hope there's not much traffic.
There's no traffic. But look at that. Coming up the road.
Oh, it's Dobbs and some friends. Newcomers in new houses.
I thought he didn't believe in the ghost.
We haven't had a village demonstration since 1871, when they stoned the bishop.
It could always happen. What will young Turner do, I wonder?
This is the spot. Pam, will you put her crown on the ground, please? Shall we form a half circle?
Why, Mr. Dodd and Miss Group singing a different tune?
I wish I knew, Mrs. Nightingale. Best ignore them, I think.
I say, it looks just like the Sweeney.
Oh, it's nice PC Black and his little panda.
Quiet, everybody. We represent the rights of ghosts to be left alone.
Got their word for it, have you? You clear off, or I'll bash you over the head with your bloody banners.
Now then, what's going on here?
Good Lord, he's actually said it.
Good evening, Mr. Black. I'm conducting a short service of remembrance on this spot.
Bit unusual, but I can't see why you shouldn't. And you lot?
Well, Constable, we're rather opposed to this so-called service.
Yeah. What's that placard say? Hold it up, lad. The Society for the Preservation of English Ghosts. Now, are you having me on?
Preserve any old thing these days, they will.
No, we are perfectly serious, Constable. If a ghost exists here, then we believe it has the right to exist here without being harassed by the clergy. Quite right.
Are you attempting to harass a ghost, Vicar?
Oh, if you consider holding a service of remembrance for a ghost harassment, well, then I'm guilty of doing so, yes.
I've not seen or heard any of this. If I wrote this down in my notebook, the inspector would see to it that I don't go out alone in my nice little car in future. Or else put you lot under observation in the nearest loony bin.
I know it must sound odd, but
Coming up to 8:30, Vicar.
Oh, yes.
I say, Constable, I'm Lord Hawkhurst. I don't think we've met.
No, I don't go to the House of Lords much these days.
Nor do I. But we must get on, don't you see? The crash is due at any moment, and then our ghost girl may turn up and all that.
Oh, yeah. It's all perfectly clear. The village has gone round the twist. Nothing I can do. You lot with the banners there, you'll stand over there and don't disturb the peace.
All right. Line up, everybody, line up. And think the ghost to stay. Think it.
Yeah, you do that. And you, Vicar, I'd be grateful if you'd get on with the service and then clear off out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Let us pray.
I'm just going to be an impartial observer.
Yeah. Right. Almighty and everlasting Father,
He's not all that bright, is P.C. Black, which under the circumstances is a godsend.
The poor chap. It looks an interesting ceremony. He's written his own prayers, so
Gather
I
her
hear.
up, O God, so that she no longer wanders this place, her limbo in torment and anguish for her dead body and her completed life. Amen.
Motorbike. That's it.
Now stay where you are. There's a bike coming and it's too fast. Now move back.
It's our motorbike, Mr. Black. What can you see, Mr. Dobbs?
I can't see a damn thing.
My God. Where's it gone? I never saw a thing. Nothing.
I say, do my eyes just... By the crown, it's left the girl behind.
Yes. She's materialized very clearly.
Like she was. Like she was.
Well, that...
No. Can't be.
It is, Mr. Dobbs. Maggie Bell.
Hello, Maggie.
Hello. Hello. 10.
Maggie, the crash has happened for the last time. Now you must go also.
Last time. Last time.
I say, Maggie, have a look at us. You won't know us, though once you did. Sam Knott, this one. Bob Masters, this, and I'm Guy Hawkhurst. Say hello, lads.
Hello, Maggie.
Maggie.
Guy the First. Sam. Bob. I can't. Nobody. Tim.
You can't have Tim, Maggie. Can't. Look by your feet. You've taken your virgin crown out of the church. There it is.
Bloody virgin. Dead. Dead. Last time. Gone.
Go, Maggie. Go. I beseech you. Maggie, leave us. Join in, everyone. Leave us, Maggie. Leave us.
Leave us, Maggie.
Leave us.
Release her soul from limbo, O Lord God.
Oh, Lord God.
Take her soul from this place. Your time is past, Maggie. Long, long past. Go to eternal time, Maggie. To peace. To the only truth.
The only truth.
No more. No more burning. Who knows? Who knows?
I can't bear to look.
Who knows? She seems to have gone.
It was rather beautiful, you know. Like a cobweb or such like, moving away in the wind. She's gone for good, I'd say. Well done, Vicar.
Well, Vicar.
Oh, come in, my Lord Bishop. And you, Harold Thorpe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
My husband's in the sitting room with Lord Hawkhurst, who had a bottle of malt whisky concealed on his person. We're hoping that it'll restore Tim's power of speech.
I hope he didn't see me among the tombstones, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, on the way back, he said, "Who's that chap with Harold?" Then he recognised you, mufti or not, and said not another word. Well, do come in. And you, Harold.
Thank you. It wasn't of my doing.
Hello, Collins. Thought I saw you earlier reading the epitaph.
I was meant to be unseen, Hawkhurst.
What, in that suit? Get some more glasses, young Pamela. She's a lovely girl, isn't she?
Thank you. Glasses.
Have a spot of the malt, Collins. And you, Harold.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Glasses for the use of.
That went very well.
Thank you.
Oh, dear. That poor boy's vocal cords have dried up. Lubrication is necessary.
Curiosity got the better of me, Turner. Yours was a very remarkable show of strength, of faith. My blessing upon you. A malt whisky, but nonetheless a blessing.
Oh, thank you, my lord. I'm exhausted.
Nobody expects you to talk, darling. Drink your scotch and keep quiet.
Your health, all. Our young lady materialized quite beautifully, I thought.
It was as if she had to do something special for her last appearance, you know. It's the way these things are done. Is it, Collins?
It often seems so, Hawkhurst. There's a strongly dramatic quality in a lot of haunting. I've no idea why. Although the devil and all his works are, of course, also strong drama.
She reminded me of the Lyceum in the 20s. Pure melodrama. Sort of thing called The Lost Soul or some such.
I feel as though I've played an immensely long stage part. Hamlet had worries. She said, who knows?
That was a bit rum.
Perhaps she didn't know and was wondering.
Did you see Dobbs? He looked almost angry.
People react in various ways. Some faint, some take to their heels, some are rooted to the spot, and some don't seem to notice.
Well, they all noticed except for Mrs. Nightingale, and she seemed quite oblivious. I suppose because she couldn't hear.
It's a shame she didn't suffer shock and have her hearing restored.
Oh, my dear Harold, a ghost is one thing, a miracle quite another.
But they're both a matter of what you're prepared to believe in, eh?
Well, this time next week, Dobbs will have rationalised the whole thing in some way.
You probably accuse me of arranging the thing from a box of tricks.
And we won't get P.C. Black to come into the village unless we have a murder in future.
Oh, this whiskey's doing me a pile of good. I know. I'm still sceptical of the paranormal or supernatural. I mean, are we all the victims of a vast trick played by the collective imagination, or is it more things than we can dream of in our philosophy? I mean, who knows? Who knows?
That was The Girl Who Didn't Want to Be by Frederick Bradnam, in which Angela Pleasance played Maggie Bell, Simon Cadell, Tim Turner, Joanna David, Pam Turner, and Christopher Benjamin, Harold Thorpe. Richard Hurndall was Lord Hawkhurst, and Philip Voss, the Bishop. The ladies of the village were played by Margot Boyd, Pauline Letts, Susan Richards, Gladys Spencer, Brenda Kay, and Janet Burnell, and the men by Eric Allen, Manning Wilson, Henry Knowles, Kenneth Shanley, John Gabriel, and Peter Wickham. The policeman was Bill Monks. Technical presentation by Jock Farrell, assisted by David Hitchinson. The director was Jane Morgan.